There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Mud Zone.
From Teespring. I've been wearing it like 2 years. Trash.
We're live.
We're alive. You know what? I ate dinner.
There is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
That's what I'm saying.
You're funny.
Ho, ho, ho.
It's pretty funny.
All you see is crooks. About to go in, son. Immortal technique. You learn the difference in addition if you're missing them. See, sign this petition, get a fraction of that fraction subtracted by my division. I'm a boss, what that means I make decisions slash killing. I will kill an MC to make a living. Yeah, call me super daddy. My powers is supervision. Who? Supervision. Supervision. Who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and seven.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision. Throw your squad up. Supervision. Throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts all up in the club, putting squad up.
There's a new housing plan for the ghetto eventually. Project for a new American century. False flag terrorism controlling you mentally. The gospel in the hands of people with no empathy. A mixture of dangerous social chemistry between law enforcement and a military entity. Cameras on the corner of every corner you facing. Testing out a future Gestapo on immigration. Power, consolidation, information restricted. Just like the iron law of oligarchy predicted. Incarcerating the poor among the drug addicted. But but not the families of the ruling class that's afflicted. Cause it's a fucking caste system like corrupted Hinduism. I think you should listen. I've been through the system in prison. I've been through religion, carried the cross as a Christian, like it was anti-disestablishmentarianism, until the seeds of despotism arrested my vision. Lyricism with cynicism and syllogisms, until they Pedro Albizu Campos and kill me in prison. Chemtrail conditions, stem cells of Leo Strauss's philosophy, the birth of neocon policy. But I laugh at America's fear of a new world order controlling the hemisphere. Cause my people been living that for the past 500 years.
Intelligence, understanding.
Supervision who? Supervision, supervision who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and seven.
All up in the club, putting squad up.
Who do we trust? Who do we trust?
The faction.
Who do we trust? Who do we trust?
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
Caterpillar metamorphosis to bigger nigga. Lantern in his hand, headless horseman to the rhythm. Been successful for so long, I can no longer feel it. Taking finger pricking mob initiated members. I'm far beyond the dawn, my title ain't even listed. Federales listen, only hear me chewing, sipping. Dancing with a doll, prom night with Cinderella. Then we dip in the Ferrari flyers, Tom Selleck. Vocals on Tony Bennett, I'm only in it to later see people I taught tell me, yo, we did it. I led a revolution in the world of tech and music. Free the homie, did his time and paid the restitution. Time go quick, better have all your goals set. You getting yours or just hanging on like an old dick? I can talk about money, we ain't the same, son. It's just different when you came from where I came from.
Yeah, it's me again. This thing of ours you will probably never see again. But for the growth, it's the oath we're believing in. Locks, Kostra, Nostra, yeah, it's 3 of them. Lucci and him, I'm the nigga they can't stand no. More work, more ammo. Gambino in a Lambo. Call me for a situation you can't handle. More caskets, more murals, more candles. True poet, Audemars, you blow it. Ever I know, I'd rather die for you know it. High profile, this shit sells. Call Mary Richmond and tell him pick 12. Cause we never sing, we on the better things. Pride is nothing, integrity is everything. Yeah, if you broke, how you giving advice? Me and my niggas, we just living the life, yeah.
Call me Super Daddy, my powers is supervision who? Supervision, supervision who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and seven.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
Whistleblower, men are afraid to label the dreaded traitor. Executive legislator trying to suppress your behavior. Intelligence interrogator, collecting metadata. Condemning the messenger and censoring the educator. CIA feeding propaganda to the television. In the next edition, the pundits preach it in repetition. Loyal to the monarchy, hereditary or elected. The royal family and a president selected.
Secret society, secret
supervision, supervision who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and seven.
Impose restraints against your will.
Who do we trust?
Throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Throw your squad up. Call me Super Daddy, my powers is supervision who? Supervision, supervision who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and seven.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up. I know the truth is that I'm on my own in this life. I gotta be ruthless, I know my opponents is right. What is it that I got left in my tank? Bet on myself with the rest of my bank. This passion and hatred, I smash it and break it, and I got my anger and effort to thank. What is it deeper that's driving me further? I couldn't sleep, I was high from the fervor. Haven't you heard? I got a nerve, I got a knack for surviving a murder. I'm coming back with a fever, you'll be believing soon. He's a goon, keep the ethos of a wolf and sheep close, but as soon as I see the moon, I'm full of greed and doom, deceiving. What does it even mean in doom? I got a grievance, I can just leave it, boom. As soon as I leave the room, I'm on his craftsmanship again. I'm an assassin with the pen. This no accident, it's accessing, collapsing on your chin. I got an axe to pick again. You know the factions that I'm in. I've been a pod, a poet, a prophet, preacher, a pusher, mostly a martyr. Closer to God, but the closer I get to my goals, oh, it just only gets harder. I got a hole in my soul, shit, it's the size of like most of Nevada. Maybe I'm supposed to just lay down and die. Maybe I'm supposed to do nada, but live with the karma that ain't even mine, and rose from the ghost of my father. The focus that jolted you out of Georgia's time, that you leave your demons behind, thrown in the garbage, on what you got. This is a journey of freeing your mind. Lonely survivor, feeling the tear of the thorn. That's where the spirit is torn. This is a serious wrong. All of this wrath, now I see where it is born. This is a tool, this is the fuel. This is the world, so vicious and cruel. Sick and abused, give me the match. I got the flames of the wick and the fuse. Left with a desperate resolve, burn like the will of the sun. It's been a desolate haul. I got a feeling that I'm feeling no pressure at all. This is the thrill of the hunt. This is my testament, dog. Now there's redemption involved. Odds are
1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,0
Okay.
We are live.
Hey.
How's everybody doing?
Hail, enlightened ones.
So
Advancing ones. Advancing humans. Hello. People are coming.
Well, Jenny's trying to get on. She's having
People drive up here. I look because there's like barely anybody ever drives up here.
We have 9.
If I'm in a city, there's like 101,000 people driving by, right? You wouldn't be looking. It's like you always see me looking. That's because someone drives up.
First thing,
very
first
rare
things first.
on my road.
Singe, before you go into a long story, I can't take it.
With my long story, I'm sorry.
I can't take it.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
I need to be high to deal with you. Okay, I need.
Most people do.
You're making me do this.
People can't deal with me. I am just really a bad influence and mean. That's
why half of our show is all stoners. It's your fault, dude. Everybody has to be high to listen to you.
They're like, what the hell is he saying? That guy's retarded. That's why I should just stick my nose into the computer or my martial arts and just everybody watch me and don't speak.
You can say whatever you want. I'm just messing with you. I just need to light my blunt.
The best comedians are the ones who make fun of themselves. Or I've seen that. They always got to throw in a little bit. You know, basically everybody's humans are gross. We're all screwed up. So you can easily make fun of yourself. And people will go, "Oh yeah, I had some experience like that."
Let's
I had a stand up.
Give the chat a shout out.
Just go write that again. Do my whole stand up routine. Oh wait. If I go to the Flat Earth Festival, I'll do my stand up routine.
Tommy, I can feel the hate, but these chumps don't put food on my plate, so they will never be the keeper of my gate.
No, you got to. Well, wrap it. Here's your rap. Wrap that.
All right, I'll wrap it. All right.
Here you go. I can feel the hate.
It sounds like a rap that Tommy made.
But they don't put food on my plate.
Yo, I can feel the hate, but these chumps don't put food on my plate, so they will never be the keeper of my gate. It's a little Cypress Hill.
Yeah, okay, I'll do mine. I can feel the hate. But these chumps to put food on my plate. So they will never be the keeper of my gate. How's that? I don't. Yeah.
They'll be the keeper of my gate. Hits from the bong. I just added that to the old Cypress Hill song. Hits from the bong.
Oh, really? That sounds like.
I can only see you. I can only see and hear you, Singe.
That's.
I can only see and hear you. Singe.
Ray's thing is like spinning. It's got the spinner thing on it.
That's because he's a globy. He likes to spin around.
Tell her, hey, tell her that it's because she's low on data, or she's using too much memory on her phone.
Did you hear that?
No, she didn't. Just tell her.
He says that you're low on data, or you're using too much memory on your phone, or you're using an Apple product.
I don't know about Apple products.
I do.
I have no idea. I never owned any Apple products, but yeah, if you know about them.
See, you're a smart man. Good.
So I don't know. What are we going to get into tonight? I want to show you guys something that's really cool. So
I'm trying to make something for you because I was lagging.
Real quick, this is just something to look at while we're smoking. This isn't what my whole show is going to be about.
I'll clickety-click as we go. What's going on? Hey, chat. Advancing
Give them a
humans.
shout out. Give them a proper shout out.
See, this is the way.
Are you joining me, Michelle? Are you coming?
And we shall stop the war with our peace. Okay, shout out, chat. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Super Sidewinder. You got to tell the truth. Who I followed for so long. Now I hang out with him. Yay. Red under blue. And $sign. Sorry. I know it's just red under blue. I'm just messing with you. Carbide. Nice. Carbides are sweet. That's the way to
want to
go.
give him a wrench.
Carbide is accurate. They don't need nothing more than that, actually. A couple of carbides.
Yeah, I'll give him a wrench.
Realize. It's his name. Unindoctrinated. Ryan. Three
Ryan's
fingers.
cool.
Brother.
Ryan's always hating on me in the chat, though. Always hating.
What?
Ryan's my boy, but he's always hating on me in the chat. But in real life, he's my boy. But on YouTube, he's just hating on me in the chat.
Purple, anyone? Machine Head. Do you work on motors? Is that why you're a Machine Head? Okay. Jenny T.I. Murphy. I heard of that person.
Thank you for subbing me, THC Jack. I just got a new sub.
Ray. Young Love. 4020. I haven't seen you. She's got level.
Young Love is here. What up, Young Love? Where's Michelle Waldo?
Oh, it was here. I don't know if she's still here. Guy felt him.
All right, yeah, keep going. We have more people. We have many more people.
Gary felt him. Sorry. My tiny screen. That's it. There might be more, but
you see this? Can you see this? Can you see my screen?
Kim Ray. Aha. Gotcha.
I can't keep doing this. I'll try to let her in one more time, but I can't keep. It's gonna ruin the stream. I can't just. Is it her again? Yeah. All right. Hopefully it works. I can't keep going back and forth. All right. You ready? All right. So this is the Flat Earth Farms weed, dude. This is he sent me some pictures, right? So this is like modified grape or chauffeur. I'm not really sure. He sent me modified grape pictures and chauffeur. This is what we got. This is what the Flat Earth has got. You know what I'm saying? Oh, let me go back. Oh, all right. Let's see. I got more. Look at that. It's like purple, yellow, blue, even blue. Look at all those different colors. Red, orange. It looks beautiful. Looks like it's a big cola from the top of a plant that's standing straight up, right? You know,
It's beautiful, baby.
I mean, when you have that many acres and you have that many plants, right?
Mm.
You know, it just
Well, you just walk around through it.
you can't really do what I'm trying to do, but
You don't need to smoke it though. You just walk through it naked and just.
I mean, but he has a fucking failed pot. Look at this. Look at this. So, you know, it's like straight up and down, right? So I was like, this year I'm growing some pot, right? So, you know, the legal amount that they allow us in Massachusetts to grow, nothing extreme, just the legal, sticking to the legality of it, right? And
Nice. So you just scatter them everywhere throughout.
yeah. So I mean, I've grown
City as you go. Johnny Posse.
I've grown pot before a few times. I've grown outdoor. I've grown hydroponics, indoor. We've had some success. Nothing really major. But I know my stuff. I know how to grow. So, check out these plants right here, though. Let me show you guys something. So one of my buddies in Massachusetts, he's a caregiver. He's a Massachusetts caregiver, and he has patience, and he grows his plants like this. You notice it? You see how they're nice and short?
No.
This is
Oh yeah. Okay.
Shout out to the medical grade chicken farmer on Instagram. Shout out to him. That's who this is. Medical grade chicken farmer. Okay.
Because you want medical grade chicken.
Yeah, exactly. Instagram. Okay. So anyway, so we got that. I want to show you. So I noticed like his plants are all bushy and shit, you know, and they look healthy as fuck, dude. They look nice. Look at that. It looks like an indigo bush, right? Like nice and healthy, right? Look at that. Beautiful plants, man. This guy knows what he's doing. You know, everything he has is healthy, right? Healthy as fuck. Let me show you. Look at that. So I was like,
Dude,
asking
we're
him,
badass. I got a hash tree over here. You got the fucking kind grower
I
over
got the
there.
medical. We're good.
Dude,
We're
we
good.
are in the scene wherever we go.
Check. So
we can't help but succeed.
Look, so this is them when they're this was his last year when they're done, right? He grows them indoor and then he puts them outdoor at the end, right? So I'm like, how the fuck do you get them to grow so many colas on them and so many bushes? He's like, I get like 6 or 7 colas off one plant. I'm like, how? How do you get it? How do you get it so bushy like that, man? Is it a certain type of pot that you grow? Is it a certain strain? Like, how do you get it to look so bushy? I asked him, you know, because I'm growing and I want some fucking tips, you know. I'm like, come on, man, you know. People have been helping me, but I want to know how to grow. I just wanted to do something interesting because this year I don't really care if my plants grow or die. It's just like for fun. You know, I'm not really trying to get anything out of it. I'm just growing for fun, you know. So I was like, how do I get my plants to bush out like that? Right? Dude was like, grow them sideways. I'm like, what? Grow the plant sideways. It bushes the plant. Are you fucking serious? Grow it sideways?
Okay.
All right, so
Okay.
check out my.
Got it. Now, how does the anchor it sideways so that it just doesn't fall out, et cetera, et cetera?
You just as long as you tilt them sideways and they're not touching the ground, it works. It turns them into
What,
bushes.
just tilt the pot sideways a little bit?
I'm doing
like 45 degrees. What?
These are my plants. Look.
How do you do?
These are my plants. Look, this is the Flat Earth Farm solid diesel that I'm growing. Look,
you just laid it down
see,
sideways.
you just put a stick and you fucking and you tilt the plant sideways, and then it tilts up towards the sky, and then the more it grows, the more you tilt it, and then before you know it, you have like 6 or 7 colas, dude.
So whatever way you do,
look,
figure out a different way, but just make it go sideways. Okay, doesn't matter. Just make it go sideways.
What?
Interesting. Hey, Tommy, I want to see you make some sideways.
But when you have a bunch of,
because you know
when
why?
you have a whole bunch of plants,
they gotta go level. With the
when you have a whole bunch of plants, it's a lot of work. But you see,
make some level plants.
Flat plants, flat sideways. So I guess growing sideways is the new thing, or I don't know how long it's been going on for, but it's new to me. Is it a Mandela effect? I don't know. Look, my plant's fucking laid down on its side, dude. Look. You see? That's sideways, man. That's fucking sideways. Can you see it? Oh, and it's still growing. And it's still growing sideways. Sideways on its side. Look at that. It's sideways. I can make that one a little bit more sideways, but it's sideways. It's sideways. Look at that. Sideways plants. Who else can grow plants sideways? Let's get it done. All right. Well, that was my whole weed presentation. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hold on. Hopefully Jenny can get back in. She's trying. I can tell she's really trying.
I'm sorry. So your intent is going into those. They're looking good.
They're looking good, right? They look good, right?
They're already responding. Very good.
People are hating. People are hating on me for using. Listen, people are hating on me for using Miracle Grow for fertilizer, right? But in my yard, you need a miracle to fucking grow something in that dirt. So anyway, all right, I'm gonna play another song because
let's get you some swamp muck from Louisiana.
We should smoke to that.
That'll be good.
We should smoke to that. All right.
Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? The earth's a center. The sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with a rocket? I'm not hard to get along with. Just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a consolation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comments. I know you want it. Just leave another use a comment. NASA lost it. The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. You know it's flat. And there is a bunch of us. The always munching on a bunch of snuffleupagus. You think it's cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best. That's just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew, don't forget to brush after your food. Asteroids, and asteroids too. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. It's fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat.
So when I'm done, they just like keep spinning. It's called a spinner. That's what they call them. That's the street term for when your live stream won't stop. It's called a spinner.
I never knew how sweet the taste of love can be until you let me pick the fruit of the forbidden tree.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
Seeing here is a mirage. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
So, anyways, right? Tonight, can you hear us, Jenny? I don't know. She's trying. Oh, she's got a picture of her and ODD right there. Look at that. She met
That's
ODD.
the street term? Really?
What?
That's cool.
Look at that.
I love you. I love you.
That's awesome. She met
You said
everybody.
that's the street term. The
That's why we
spinning.
have her. That's why we have her here. She knows everybody. But anyway, what's going on? What's going on, Singe? The street.
I love how you said that spinner thing's a street term. That's the street term.
That, you know, that wasn't even me who thought of that. Maybe it was. Maybe
It's
it was.
awesome. Yeah, it was you. You thought of it. Awesome.
I'll take credit for it. I think someone else said it to me. It's a spinner. I think someone left it in my comments. I forget who it was. And I was like, yeah, that's the street term. Oh, I think it might have been Chris from South Jersey. Speaking of Chris from South Jersey, that's my boy right there. You guys all know Chris from South Jersey, I'm sure. So he's got some awesome. So, all right, tonight we're going to get into the moon map, right? Okay. Tonight we're going to get into the moon. We're going to get into the moon map like crazy. You guys have no idea how much I studied on this moon map, okay? I know so much shit about this moon map, and I've been studying it for years. Everybody sub Chris from South Jersey, by the way. He has great content. And so anyways, yeah, Jenny, I'm sorry. I can't deal with it right now, honey. I have no idea. You got to figure it out because I gotta run the stream. All right. So this is Chris from South Jersey. Okay. He's my buddy. He's awesome. He's in the community. He knows everybody. You guys probably know him. People know him. And he has a bunch of EWAR on his YouTube channel here. See, there's Stavely. He's boys with Stavely and everything. He's part of us. So it's been around for a while. But yeah, he's my go-to guy for EWAR videos on YouTube, except for, you know, the original the AWAR channel that EWAR has. But other than that, Chris from Jersey has, for the most part, great copies of all of his older stuff that you can't find on YouTube. It's mostly on Odyssey and stuff like that. And so I've been studying this moon map for a while, right? And there's different theories on it. There's one guy who Goggle Mace, who thinks it's like one crater is the entire flat Earth, like he fit it into one crater and he found the exact crater. I don't know. I'm not too sure about that, but this other research. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's that one, I think. Hold on. And this is the one that I've been following pretty much. And then there's a whole lot to it. It's Vibes of the Cosmos. He's the one who pretty much started it, I think. And Sergio Studios. But I think this is it right here. Let me see. Let me get her in again. Let me see which one. I sent you the link earlier. Since let me just check for a sec, make sure I get the right video. So yeah, so EWAR has it right, dude. He studied the whole thing, the whole moon map, and his take on it. He basically breaks it down because it's a lot to it. It's so much research. So he basically breaks it down so that we can understand it, you know. I'm going to play it, hopefully. I think this is it. No, that's not it. No. Just give me a second. Here, give me 1 second. I'm going to play one more song and get this thing ready, all right? I don't want to leave it here with, like, just fucking dead sound and shit. Let me see what I got. All right.
What are you doing? You're just looking around?
Hold on.
This could be it, Harry.
I got it. I just
Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon.
Shoot the moon! Shoot the moon!
Not out there on the microphone. Not out there on the microphone.
Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon.
looked away from Earth into the black void? Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
If you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
If you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
We
were never able to see stars. We were never able to see stars on the lunar surface.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's
Hold on. Alright, here's the problem, guys. I cannot play that song. You know why? Because Chief Crow blocked my stream a few months ago. Alright? Here's the story, alright? A few months ago, this is an old stream. This is me. I'm live right now. Okay? So, this is an old stream, right? And he blocked it. First he copyright claimed, then he like copyright blocked me. Then like he blocked the entire stream. And I wrote over to him. I was like, "Hey, what's up, man? It's me, Boston Ray from Levelhead. What's going on? Like, you know, like we both make music in the community. Like, don't we make music for the whole community to enjoy and play? Like, isn't that why we do it? Like, listen, guys. Like, when I came down south, I met a lot of you, right? I rapped. I went to all kinds of, like, every night I was performing in different ways, right? Rapping, playing bass, playing guitar, right? All right. I paid like $1,000 out of my own pocket, dude, in gas and just to survive alone, you know? Nobody paid me. Nobody paid me a stipend. Nobody paid for my hotel. Nobody paid me a plane ticket. I did it all for you. I did it all for the fucking community, all right? And, like, you know what? I'll do it again. I don't care. But you know what? It's like this motherfucker gets paid to go do his shit. He gets a stipend, hotel room, all that shit, right? He shows up for the big fucking things, right? The big events, right? Everyone's like, oh, he's great. Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. There's only one of them. He's not a band. He just goes up there and he's like blah 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 through a voice effect, right? And he has like a auto tune. It's not even. It's like it's digital. No, I'm not jealous. I just don't want my fucking streams blocked. So you know what? I'm gonna play something better. Okay? Thank you. And I'll leave it at that.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. Then God separated the water and the sky. He formed the seas and the land. Then he covered the land with trees and plants. Then he filled the world with all the creatures of the sea. Of the air. And all the creatures of the ground. And then he made us.
You're trying to show to the globe as a kid in school. You trust and believe them, but they got you fooled. The guys who walk in space are in a swimming pool. And Photoshop is always massive tool. No, 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 it's not a fucking globe. No, 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 it's not a fucking globe. 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 No, no, no. It's not a fucking globe. It's not a fucking globe. It's not a fucking globe. No, no.
Space, the boundary of human achievement, the new frontier.
It's just a coffin. Yeah, right. And the Earth is flat.
Here's another one. Hold on. Let's see what I got here. Alright, I think I got two. I probably have two more songs. Let me see. Oh, my audio. Yep. Okay. Hold on. We got that one. Okay. How am I gonna do this? Alright, hold on, guys. I should have had it better. Here we go. Here's one.
National lost it. What you gonna do about it? Earth is flat. Now what you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat. Now what you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat. Now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. there is a bunch of us. Them glories marching on a bunch of struggle because you think that you the one that cuddle up with us, we know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best sex just because the nerve is flat. They hit me like enough of nuts, nuts. You understand? Nothing you can do. You understand? There's nothing you can do. So rushing with the crew, how do they brush after their food? You understand? Nothing you can do. There's a rushing with the crew, how do they brush after their food? You understand? And there's nothing you can do. Rushing with the crew, how do they brush after their food? You understand? And there's nothing you can do. I'm rushing with the crew, how do they brush after their food? Steroids too. You got asteroids and asteroids and asteroids too. You got asteroids and asteroids and asteroids too. Asteroids and asteroids too. You're flat. What you gonna do about it? I got to do about it. What you gotta do about it? We're the center. The sun will move around us like a clock. Can you hear the moving pocket? With a rocket. I'm behind to get along with it. It's like a bucket. Do you feel the baby pocket? It's not the pocket. You want a consolation for it? It makes me fall to quickly. Never be get hit by comments. No one ever hit my comments. Don't ever read my comments. We know it's flat. And there is a bunch of us. The phone is fucking all the buttons. Double up the blood. You think it's you, the one that cuddle up with us. You know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best sex just because the whip is flat. You hit me like you're not the black triple nuts. And it's flat and there's nothing you can do. And it's flat and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew, how do they crush up to their food? And it's flat and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew, how do they crush up to their food? And it's flat, there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. You got asteroids, asteroids, and asteroids too. You got asteroids, asteroids, and asteroids too. Yeah, right.
Try to do this one right. Let's see how this works out.
I see the sun that is rising. I see it as it goes away. I see a planet from the rising. I see the space and everything. The world does spin around tonight. Let's make it feel alright in the planet from the rising. I hear things have been growing. I know I'm growing slowly. The tractor, hear the roots is growing. Sun comes back, is shining down on through. Yeah, the world don't turn around tonight. That's messing with your mind. It's the pattern from the rising. Don't turn around now. It's messing with your mind. It's a pattern from the rising. Hope you got your facts together. Hope you're prepared for all the lies. Looks like they're all in this together. But so are we, and the truth is on our side. We don't spin around tonight. You can close your eyes, it's the pattern from the rising.
it's not spinning out of sight. It never will be flying into the platform tonight.
All right, back to your rescheduled, readjusted following program. Sorry, technical difficulty.
Wait.
You've done this 1,000 times. And the show must go on. You've got to give the people what they want. Piece of cake.
Man, I'm just sitting back watching the pussification of this whole country. Can't say this, I can't say that. Shit, what the fuck can I say? When did y'all become so fucking sensitive, man? Lighten up. I'm just here to entertain you. And if that triggers you, well, then you're a pussy. Listen, it's a cold world, easier to play this shit safe. Knowing how the world gon' judge you if you make a mistake. These miserable fucking people so saturated with hate, they can't wait to pile it on someone else's plate. Like if I'm right with every word except for one in the song, they'll only focus on and judge me for the one that was wrong. Cancel this, cancel that, fucking welcome to America. The home of specializing in assassinating character. I hate it, I prefer going in guns blazing, annihilating anyone who's testing my patience. Ain't no room for pussyfooting in the rap game, and I'm drawn to controversy like a moth to a flame. And you little snowflakes better quit your complaining. Not racist, I'm just not too big on the Asians. Shit, I'm kidding you, idiot, but with no hesitation. These fuckers run with it and post it up on Twitter while saying that Webby's some sort of bigot for fucking making a joke. You're not woke, you're just sensitive and quick to provoke. So I'd like to invite you to suck my dick till you choke. Deep throat, pow pow, got your bitch in my scope. Everyone that I'm seeing is looking pussy as fuck. Go and cry about shit without even looking it up. So I'd like to thank my bullies all for making me tough, because it's looking like y'all ain't get bullied enough. Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone tomorrow. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Because I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone tomorrow. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Easy does it, Webby, try to keep that temper in check. I'm going off like Terminator in the metal detector. Hit him with the blur like my memory gets from blowing benzos while I'm drinking. Yeah, I tend to forget, a devil's reject. Ever since a kid I've been a loser, but I dealt with it. It's called developing a sense of humor. Learn to laugh a little bit, this shit is good for your health. If you can't take a joke, you need to take a look at yourself. Shit, if I didn't have the haters, then I would probably withdraw. Shit, dog, honestly, I would probably miss y'all. Haters, really please, promise me you'll never quit, y'all. Here, I'll make fun of me with y'all. Here's my impression of Webby, no one's dope stupid in me. I got the hairline of someone that's 10 years older than me. Sitting dissing politicians like I'm fucking sport fishing. Say I fucked their wives and daughters when I obviously didn't. And I'm pale year round, summertime or deep winter. And I chew with my mouth open when I eat dinner. My liver has put up with plenty of cheap liquor and more drugs in a lifetime than Keith Richards. I used to work out, shit, I really was buff. Then I stopped working out, now I'm skinny as fuck. Like so skinny, when the wind blows hard, I lose balance. So skinny, looking like I won a tapeworm challenge. It ain't that hard to laugh a bit at your own expense. Fucking just relax and shit. Smoke a joint, eat a Xanax, you bitch. This uptight bullshit's what I've had it with. If you're still mad after what you've listened to, then that's just a bitch in you. Suck a dick or two, ain't no fixing you. Fake woke can't take a gay joke. People that I'm spitting to, I am here to trigger you.
Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone tomorrow. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong.
Fucking pussy. Trigger.
Forget about it, Frankie.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know I'm friends with all those women out there. Woo! All the ladies in the house, throw your hands in the air. Woo! Yo, this smack I'm flipping could send me back to prison. But my cash is tapped and I owe that back rent again. So I'm selling crack, even though it isn't legitimate. Lord forgive me, even though I know I'm a sin again. My rap's so cold, my flow is frozen again. When I get to spitting, it snows in Michigan. Overdosing off that Flint water. When I swim, my tongue explodes from those carcinogens. And then my lungs implode from no oxygen in them. Looking like I got toxic shock syndrome. Mockingjay when she plays the gunshot victim. I got sick when the liquor store sold me food. Drop that soap, girl, you know I'm groping your boo. Dripping sweat, getting wet, we eloping and nude. Better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tube. You better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tube. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. Yo, you just a dick raping, baby, alien, vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien, vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. You just a little homo sapien. Yo, you just a dick raping, baby, alien, vaping, inhaling. Shit's going bad, just know that we go back in a nanosecond. Hopefully you listen to this fast and be slow to speak. Only wish that I could grow some wings like Jenny and fly so far away. In my park car, my radio starts to play. In a bar, spitting bar, sipping Chardonnay till the wheels fall off. Yo, we just lost the brakes. Stop for a DUI and got locked away. We're drunk from alcohol and you got the shake. I had a boy, oh boy, he just lost the case. Technology got destroyed and they lost the case. But you still believe in moon rock they brought from space. Yeah, that they brought from space. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. Lies. I don't trust no masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. You just a dick raping, baby, alien, vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien, vaping, inhaling, homo sapien, homo sapien, homo sapien, yo. You're just a homo sapien. It's so hard to win when it's so hard to lose. Yo, it's so easy to lose when it's hard to win. It's so hard to win when it's so easy to lose. It's so easy to lose when it's hard to win. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. You just a dick raping, baby, alien, vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. You just a homo sapien, baby, just a lonely homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien, vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. Dick raping, baby, alien, vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. You just a date. Space is fake.
Hold on. What was that? What was that? Chunky Chicken? I think Chunky Chicken said to play that shit back. I think I heard Chunky Chicken said, Ray, Rape. That song was hot from Flatter Day Saints. Shout out to my boy Flat Nasty over there at Flatter Day Saints. But yeah, I heard Chunky Chicken in the chat over there said play that shit back. I'm gonna play that shit back.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know I'm friends with all those women out there. Woo! All the ladies in the house, throw your hands in the air. Woo! Yo, this smack I'm flipping could send me back to prison, but my cash is tapped and I owe that back rent again. So I'm selling crack, even though it isn't legitimate. Lord forgive me, even though I know I'm a sin again. My rap's so cold, my flow is frozen again. When I get to spitting, it snows in Michigan. Overdosing off that Flint water. When I swim, my tongue explodes from those carcinogens, and then my lungs implode from no oxygen in them. Looking like I got toxic shock syndrome. Mockingjay when she plays the gunshot victim. I got sick when the liquor store sold me food. Drop that soap, girl, you know I'm broken your boot. Dripping sweat, getting wet, we eloping and nude. Better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tube. You better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tube. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. Yo, you just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a little Homo sapien. Yo, you just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling. Shit's going bad, just know that we will go back in a nanosecond. Hopefully you listen to this fast and be slow to speak. Only wish that I could grow some wings like Jenna and fly so far away. In my park car, my radio starts to play. In a bar, spitting bar, sipping Chardonnay till the wheels fall off. Yo, we just lost the brake. Stop for a DUI and got locked away. We're drunk from alcohol and you got the shake. I had a way, oh boy, he just lost the case. Technology got destroyed and they lost the case. But you still believe in moon rock they brought from space. Yeah, they brought from space. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. Lies. I don't trust no masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien, Homo sapien, Homo sapien. Yo, you're just a Homo sapien. It's so hard to win when it's so hard to lose. Yo, it's so easy to lose when it's hard to win. It's so hard to win when it's so easy to lose. It's so easy to lose when it's hard to win. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a Homo sapien, just a lonely Homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. Dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a date. Space is fake.
I went to a big, huge party. I mean, it's official. It's official now. You boyfriend, girlfriend. You got a girlfriend finally. Yes.
So far,
Jesse.
so good.
Yes. And
You know,
she's a flat earther.
You know, it's funny. I actually have to thank Mark Sargent for it all happening.
Yeah, Mark's awesome.
He's the one that announced the meetup where I, originally met her sister over a year ago.
So you've been to you've been to all these meetups, and it took you this long to finally meet a girl from a meet. Like you've met everybody. You go to meetups all over the place. She must be special, Jesse. She must be special.
Yes, she is.
She must be. I'm happy for you, man. When I heard about it, I was like, I was asking people, where's Jesse been? Oh, he's been spending a lot of time with his girlfriend. I was like, girlfriend? I was like, good for him. I was so happy for you, Jesse. I was psyched. And then I was like, you know what? I'll call him up one day and touch base with him and see what's been going on. So you're in Oklahoma. So you've been going to meetups all around there and stuff too, like everywhere, all over the place. Still going to meetups with your girlfriend and stuff.
Well, we were actually in Massachusetts for over a week, so we actually did a couple there, and then I was actually just in Massachusetts for a couple days. I brought one of my other cars out here, and I hosted one. Where the heck were we? I think in Medfield, the New Hill Grill. So, but yeah, I did one meetup in Oklahoma, but unfortunately, no one showed up. No one responded. We don't know why.
There's no flat earthers left in Oklahoma.
Well, there's one guy that replied from Oklahoma City, but he ultimately wasn't able to make the drive. So he says he wants.
Is there any blue dots? Is there any blue dots on the map in Oklahoma yet?
There are some. I gotta check again. I know there are some. I mean, we'll see what happens. I'll probably try another one out here getting soon, and maybe a little bit better planning.
Yeah, well, you can always come on my show and announce any meetups you want, Jesse. You know that.
But, we had one. We did have a pretty decent one at Lake Eufaula. That's when Brittany and I actually got together. Her sister Chloe had hosted one, and we had a good 15, 20 people, including someone from Kansas. So that was cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it to the next meetup, and I was telling Daryl the other day, like, I can't go too much longer without meeting everybody. You know, look, I want to meet Tommy. I want to take a bucket bong rip with Tommy, right? I want to meet Sue. I almost hit her. I almost booted her out, trying to put her picture up.
Hi, Sue.
But yeah, I want to meet Sue, right? I haven't met Sue yet.
I think Sue Finale. Hi.
Hell, I'll even meet Scott Level Realm. I'll even meet him. I'll settle for him if I have to. But yeah, I want to meet everybody, obviously. But you know, it's like it's fucking tough, dude. With two little babies, fucking all the time. I'm like, I don't want to leave them for like 3-4 days. What if something bad happens? I could never forgive myself. God forbid, you know. Like, I went to a big, huge party. I mean, I don't know. I gotta get them. I gotta wait, maybe. I don't know. I'm going to still go. I'm going to go to the next one after. I'm going to get my ass out to one. I'm going to flight my ass out to one of these things soon. Probably the one after this Flattoberfest. Flattoberfest is Michelle's birthday. Sucks. It's always on Michelle's birthday every year. Last year it was the 19th. Her birthday's the 22nd. I could have probably made it.
I guess my girlfriend's birthday is October 22nd.
October 22nd. You know what else it said? It's a trip. We were looking into like a bunch of bullshit. The Syrian, according to like their calendar, the first day of the Earth was like October. No, not the Sumerian. The Sumerian calendar. The Sumerian calendar. Not Syrian. Sumerian. Like 4,000. Something, I don't know. Like October 22nd was the first day of the Earth. I was like, that's fucking crazy. So, I don't know. Tonight we're going to look at the moon map. So what do you think about the moon map, Jesse?
I mean, it's hard to say. You know, I really haven't looked too much into it.
You haven't looked into it?
They're saying that basically, there's more land. A lot of people say beyond Antarctica.
Yeah, that shows up on the moon.
And obviously that would be the only way that would make sense.
All right. Well, are you in the mood to watch it? You ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready to share it. All right, let's do this. All right, I'm gonna play it. We're gonna stop it and talk about it, go over it. Because listen, I don't want no one to hate me for this. Like, I know some of the flat earthers don't agree with this moon map, but I know some of them do, Jesse. Well, the last meetup that we were at, one of them girls that was at the meetup had the Vibes of Cosmos book at the meetup where we just were at the Italian place. I don't know who that was, but someone that was sitting next to me. They had the Vibes of Cosmos book, and I was like, "Oh, you guys believe in the moon map?" I didn't even want to bring it up because it's a lot of flat earthers are like, "No, It's not. I don't agree with it. All right. But this is what I'm saying, right? This is why I kind of believe it. I kind of believe it because, okay, if God put the stars and the sun within the firmament and the moon, right? It says it in the Bible for us to tell times and the changing of times and the distance between times, right? Well, then why wouldn't he put a map right there so that we could see the realm? So we knew this to judge the distances, right? And then that would make sense of why they want us to think it's a rock, right? They're like, oh, don't tell them it's a map. Whatever you do, just make them think it's something completely different than a map, you know? Like, all right, it's a rock. Yeah, it's just a rock. You know, that's why I believe it. I mean, it makes sense. And these people that have been doing this research, they're not just coming out and saying it. They've been, wait until I show you. I'm going to really get into it tonight, but this is, I'm going to just start out with this. This is going to be a long stream, but you can hang out for as long as you can handle it, Jesse. This is going to be good.
Yeah,
all right. So this is Ewar, all right. The known world. Okay. Lost history of flat earth. Tell me if you can hear it. Can you hear it?
Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward path had been lost. And during my journey, as I made my way through the tangled labyrinthine paths of deception, looking for the center of truth, I met a brilliant woman who taught me many a flat fact. But out of all of her flat facts, it was one fact that struck a chord. She showed me the maps of old and asked me to find the key anomaly, the one error that all maps contain. I pointed to the varying representations of unknown land masses, to Hyperborea. She shook her head. No, find the glitch. We live on a flat plane. Our world is an electromagnetic terrarium, surrounded by an ethereal sea of water. And like all terrariums, after initial creation, they begin to form their own self-sustaining atmosphere. The sun and the moon journey above our flat realm in concentric spirals. There are 5 prominent circles of latitude, we are told. We have the Arctic Circle, closest to the center. The Tropic of Cancer at 23.5 degrees latitude. In the
So I just wanted to say, Jesse, so far so good, right? Everything he's saying seems right, right? For the flat, on the flat Earth, right? Everything is this so far, right? I haven't heard nothing bad yet. Okay, I'm just checking. Let's go.
Northern Hemisphere. The equator at 0 degree latitude. The Tropic of Capricorn at 23.5 degrees latitude in the Southern Hemisphere. And the Antarctic Circle. The sun journeys from the equator at the March equinox up in concentric spirals to the Tropic of Cancer. When the sun is in this position, the Northern Hemisphere experience summer and the Southern Hemisphere experience winter. After which, the sun turns and begins making its way back to the equator. The word tropic stems from the Latin word tropicus, which means pertaining to a turn. The sun journeys back, taking the same concentric spiral path, and reaches the equator.
You want to say something, Singe? Was that you? What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, back to the equator.
Yeah. I love this guy's accent. He's like, back to the equator.
My only question is, if you look at the continents on this map, and then you look at the moon, I mean, you don't really see anything that specifically resembles any of the 7 or 6 continents, that we have on the.
Your mic is your mic has been breaking up the whole time. Try just turning the mic off and turning it back on and see what happens.
Try that.
I just want to I thought it was going to stop, and I thought it was maybe StreamYard.
Is that better?
Say something else.
Testing 1 2 3. This is Biff Tannen from Back to the Future.
It's a little bit better. Yeah, it's kind of like it's just you can still everyone can still hear you. I don't know, whatever. It's all good. We're doing the best we can here, people. So what was your question, Jesse?
What I was saying is, look at the actual continents, on the azimuth like this and projection, and then you look at the moon. You don't really actually see an exact resemblance of any of the continents.
Well, that's what I'm going to show on here tonight, Jesse. Because that's a good question. All right, after this one's over, I'm going to show some really close-up photos that they took, the photos that they used to overlay the moon, and you could see that when you get close enough, it does look like the shapes of continents, and it does. They have some really close-up photos, Jesse, and I'm gonna show it at the end when we get to it, and I'm going to ask you. That's why I have you on, because I want you to think, dude. I want to see what you think about this, because you take long distance photos, and you know all about all this shit. So I wanted your opinion. All right, let's do it.
Again. It then keeps going and reaches the Tropic of Capricorn. When the sun is in this position, the southern hemisphere experiences summer, and the northern hemisphere experiences winter. After a time, the sun turns and begins making its way back to the equator for the March equinox. The equinox occurs when the sun is journeying the circle of the equator, and those living along this line of latitude will see the sun directly overhead at a 90-degree angle at solar noon. The March equinox marks a season of spring in the northern hemisphere.
You know what's really cool about this? Before I saw this, I didn't really understand how this whole equinox, equator, Cancer, Arctic Circle, all this shit worked. I didn't understand it. And then after I saw this video, it really helps.
And the September equinox marks a season of autumn. If you live in the southern hemisphere, this is reversed, and the September equinox marks spring, and the March equinox autumn. It is important to note that the sun never reaches the Arctic Circle, nor does it reach the Antarctic Circle. It never reaches the poles. It journeys to the tropic circles and then turns back. The point at which the sun reaches its most northerly and southerly excursion relative to the equator is called the solstice. Solstice comes from the Latin word solstitium, which means point at which the sun seems to stand still.
You hear that? Solstice means point of which the sun seems to stand still. Did you guys know that? Have you ever heard that one before, Jesse? It's pretty good, right?
That's a good one.
No, I didn't know that.
I love Iwar. He's very educational.
And indeed, many do note that the sun seems to stop on the solstices. And this is because, in a sense, it does. It reaches the most northerly and southerly excursion and turns back. But why the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn? Who names these circles of latitude? Our historical ancestors did. They had clocks that not only told them the seconds of the hour.
Yeah, boy, this is the mud flood stuff. So this is where the mud flood research comes into the flat earth research. Like, I never seen, I mean, no offense, maybe someone did, but I never seen flat earthers talking about astrological clocks before I seen these people. And these people are kind of like mud flooders, you know? So, I mean, I'm sure he's a flat earther too, but a lot of flat earthers become mud flooders eventually.
The hours in the day, but also the moment of dusk and dawn and the current phase of the moon. Their clocks understood the true time, the bigger picture. They understood the celestial clock. The stars above us, beyond our firmament, and in the waters above, revolve at a constant 1 degree every 4 minutes, from east to west. That is, anti-clockwise. This means they revolve at 15 degrees each hour.
So how's that look to everybody? Look legit? Everything so far legit? So far, so good.
So far, so good.
Jesse. All right.
15 degrees.
Amigo.
What, Singe? What do you think? What are you thinking? What's your thoughts?
What? I agreed. I said, "Sí, señor, mis amigos."
All right, Singe.
4 hours is 360. A full circle. The stars above are fixed. They do not stray from their anti-clockwise journey, but revolve and complete a full circle every day. Our ancient historical ancestors knew this. They assigned the stars above into fixed constellations. They divided the 360-degree circle of the sky above into 12 divisional arcs of 30 degrees, in which each constellation of the zodiac resides in. They designated each constellation in each 30-degree arc with an anthropomorphic symbol, most of which are animals. Zodiac is an interesting word. Zodiac, the arcs of the zoo. Yes, the parallels with Noah's Ark are strikingly obvious. Each constellation of the zodiac moves from its fixed position in the waters above at 1 degree every 72 years. The stars in the circle above us are fixed in their positions, but every 72 years, the entire circle shifts 1 degree. This is what is called the precession of the equinox. Remember, each arc is 30 degrees. If we multiply 72 with 30, we get 2,160 years. It takes 2,160 years for the circle above to shift 1 whole arc.
That's a trip. 2,160 years for the circle to shift 1 whole arc of a zodiac. So every 2,160 years, we're in a different. What do they call that? Does anyone know? Oh, a different era, right? Singe, you know anything about this?
Say again. What was the question?
About the zodiac. What do they call each section? Like a pie?
Oh, you mean like in the sky or on the chart?
Well, when you pass by, when you go from like Aries to Taurus, what do they call that?
Oh, signs? You mean the different signs?
No, when you all right, what he's trying to show is how the Earth shifts from Aries to Taurus. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, seasons.
Using the stars and above and shit.
Oh, I know what you're looking for. Hold on. Chat has it. I bet. Let's see. Chat, tell us what he's mean.
Age. Sufinelli for the win. All right, let's go.
Yay, chat.
Astronomers call this an age, and this is what is meant by entering or the dawn of a new age. As Wikipedia tells us, the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn were named such because many years ago, in the days before Christ, the days before BC, the sun was in the constellation of Cancer at the June solstice, and the sun was in the constellation of Capricorn at the December solstice. What does it mean for the sun to be in a given constellation during the solstice? It means the position of the sun in the sky at solar noon. Of course, during solar noon, we would not actually be able to see the stars in the firmament beyond. Therefore, to discern the sun's position relative to the constellations requires either 1, a thorough understanding of the stars and their positions above. Our ancient ancestors, we are told, created star charts and used devices such as astrolabes. Or 2, computer tech.
Astrolabes, dude. Astrolabes. Have you ever heard of an astrolabe? I never have.
Yes. Yeah. It is what they use to navigate ships in the old world, and you can still currently use it with the same exact star that they used.
Is it a Jason star? Jason
Oh,
star? Is it a Jason? Is it a Jason star that they use?
I think they use a couple of stars, main stars. I don't know how to use it.
They use the Jason star. Do they use the Jason star? All right, let's move on.
No, but he should come on. Where is he?
Technology that is able to map and overlap the sun's position against the backdrop of the stars and constellations at solar noon. The sun's presence in the constellation of a given zodiac sign means exactly as it sounds. At solar noon, on the day of the solstice, the sun should be in front of a given constellation. Look closer at the zodiac wheel featured on the dial of these clocks. Here we see that both the constellations of Cancer.
I swear to you guys, this is going to get really good soon. All right. He starts off slow and then it fucking blows it'll blow your fucking balls off. Okay. This will blow your balls off. Let's go.
And Capricorn are polar opposites to one another. These are the names of the two lines of latitude on the maps, and that we use to discern the sun's most northerly and southerly excursion above our flat plane. All historical cartographic world maps display both these circles of latitude as Cancer and Capricorn. We see it here on Mercator's maps, on the Ortelius, on the Rouge, on the Urbano Monte. Cartographic maps combine so-called science with aesthetics to communicate spatial information effectively. They strive to be...
Look, Tartaria. Tartaria is right there. You see where it is? That's where some people say it is, but there was more places that also were Tartaria. But you guys see, it was on maps, dude. They got rid of it. They got rid of Tartaria. It was up in the back section of Russia. There's a lot of land. Russia's huge. If you ever look at the size of Russia compared to us, they have tons way more people, tons way more space. It's huge. United States is one of the size of their states almost. It's crazy. I looked at it before.
Accurate. And we still use this designation of Cancer and Capricorn for these circles of latitude on our cartographic maps today. Google Earth also uses these designations. But why? As Wikipedia states, when this line of latitude was named in the last centuries BC, the sun was in the constellation Cancer at the June solstice, the time each year that the sun reaches its zenith at this latitude. Similarly, when the Tropic of Capricorn was named, the sun was in the constellation of Capricorn at the December solstice. And the wheel of the zodiac makes this very easy to understand. For instance, if the sun is in any given constellation at solar noon on the June solstice, then its counterpart on the December solstice will always be in the constellation opposite to the June sign. And this is represented with a straight vertical line. If, for instance, the sun was in the constellation of Aries at the June solstice, then it will appear in the constellation of Libra in the December solstice. If the sun was in the constellation of Pisces at the June solstice, then it will be in the constellation of Virgo during the December solstice. These signs are...
this is kind of amazing to me because even though it's starting off slow, but I never really I knew there was, I'm a Libra, I was into astrology. I knew a girl that was one of my friends that used to get astrology books from the library all the time and read them to me. And we used to look at this shit when we were younger. And I always thought it was kind of, everything seemed true that they say, but it's all like general things that they say about you, you know? So I don't know. I'm not really sure about it, but I never knew it. Like I knew there was constellations in the sky that looked like these things that like Capricorn, Aquarius, like it's all from constellations, but I didn't know that it actually lined up like this with the way everything goes around the earth, you know? Like and it's cool. I don't know where they got this information, but it's pretty cool that they got this knowledge.
So when you hear newspapers and all this stuff telling you shit, it's gatekeeping.
Yeah.
You know, when you do your own
I'm talking about
readings,
the library books. Yeah, the ones from the library were legit, dude. The books we used to get from the library were legit.
Well, I know.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, when they
never
tell you something though that's generalized, that's like, yeah, I don't know.
Look how good the astrology wheel works. It looks like a flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? It lines up with the flat Earth. So these astrology people that still think the Earth is round, it doesn't make sense to me. They should know that the Earth works like this, like their astrology wheel that they look at all the time, right?
Oh, yeah.
The astrologers, they should know the Earth is flat by now. Astrologers, all astrologers that don't know the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat.
Are, in a sense, bound in their opposition to one another. And this is where it becomes interesting. The vertical line here represents the tropic circles and their respective constellations during the solstices. They are governed by another circle of latitude, the equator. On the wheel, this is represented by the horizontal line. And you'll see that the lines form a cross. The equator and the tropic circles are bound in unison by this cross. Remember, the zodiac is the clock face of the circle of stars above us. When one turns anti-clockwise, the rest follow. And just like the signs of the solstices, the left hand of the horizontal line here represents the constellation the sun is in during the March equinox, and the right-hand side representative of the sign during the September equinox. And it is the left-hand side of the cross, the March equinox, or what is referred to as the vernal equinox, and its zodiac sign, which acts as a reference point for the entire celestial coordinate system. It's called the first point of Aries. The naming of this reference point after the sign Aries is arbitrary, or so they say. We also use it as a reference point for naming the age we are in. And if we start in the age of Aries, we can illustrate the precession of the equinox and the designation of constellations to their corresponding circles of latitude quite.
So basically the reason why he's getting into this right now is because he's about to get into the moon map. And he's going to show you how they're figuring out distances. They can measure distances between the continents on the planet Earth. The moon map is a composite image of the Earth that froze. They're not sure. They think it froze in plasma. I don't know. I know Cammie said it's not plasma. Her theory is really good too. But either way, I still think it's a reflection in the plasma or something. And I kind of believe what this guy's saying, because he's saying it's a composite image, like an image that it's like an X-ray image. It's like if you took an X-ray image of your arm, you just get a picture of the inside, the bone. You don't get a picture of the veins. You don't get a picture of the blood. You don't get a picture of the skin, right? So it's like, it's just an image. The moon is like an X-ray image of the Earth or the greater realm underneath us. That's why it looks like that. It's like an X-ray. It doesn't show the water. It doesn't show it just shows the bone of what's under the, that's what they're trying to say. We'll get into it.
Like clearly.
That's
For
pretty
instance,
cool.
if the sun is in the
and it's an image that froze hundreds of thousands of years ago. So it's not a current reflection of what we're looking at. It's a reflection from when Atlantis was above ground. It's a reflection from when all these land masses that sunk were there. So they used the Monte map and a few of the flat Earth maps with the hidden lands, and they fit that on there too. So they figured it out, and they're trying to figure a way to get out, people. They think they know the way to get out. That's the crazy part. They're trying to figure out a way to get around the wall, the ice wall, or whatever, the barrier.
The constellation of Aries during the March equinox. Then we have the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. We also see that the sun will be in the constellation of Libra during the September equinox. Now the stars above us are revolving anti-clockwise from their usual fixed positions at 1 degree every 72 years, and a whole zodiac arc every 2,160 years. So let's jump 2,160 years to the age of Pisces. The sun is, of course, in Pisces during the March equinox. We have the Tropic of Gemini and Sagittarius, and the sun in Virgo during the September equinox. You'll no doubt have noticed that the wheel represented here turns clockwise, and that's because it's a representation of the constellations, as if your view was outside of the firmament and looking down on the stars. If you were standing underneath this wheel and looking up, it would rotate anti-clockwise. I am using the clockwise representation because it is the best way to illustrate the precession of the equinox. This rotation keeps shifting one arc every 2,160 years until the wheel makes a full circle, or what is known as a great year. Why is this important?
A great year is when it makes a full circle. That's a long fucking time. It makes a little turn every 2,160 years. So a great year is like when it goes all the way, the wheel goes all the way around, dude.
What we see here, and what the mainstream narrative confirms, is that the tropics of Cancer and
Yeah? You got something? You want to say something?
Journey.
Oh, yeah. The wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Yep. I don't know. What is this? What's the next word, Sin? The wheel keeps on.
I don't know where I'll be tomorrow.
I don't know where I'll be tomorrow. The wheel keeps on. Fuck it. I fucked it up. I'm trying to roll a blunt. Oh, I just lost it. Oh, shit. Where were we? Fuck.
During the age of Aries.
We had a great year. Oh, no. Shit, man. Of course I had to fuck it up. Jesus. Singing the wheel keeps on in the sky keeps on turning. All right. So what? Age of Aries. All right, let's play from here.
All the old and current cartographic maps, and even Google Earth, represent these circles of latitude as a Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn.
We were past this, right? We already seen this, right? Oh, I think we were like more up here.
Believing that our ancestors just continued to use the designation of Cancer and Capricorn for the tropics that was established by their own historical ancestors who belong to a different age entirely is absurd. Celestial navigation would have been an essential skill set for anyone navigating their way across the oceans. And if they did have advanced technology, like we have our computers and GPS systems, then would they really be that lazy and neglectful to not bother designating the tropic circles to their correct constellation titles? Did they really invest so much time building the most advanced astronomical clocks only to neglect their maps? No, they did not. All these historical maps present designations for the tropic circles of latitude that are well over 2,000 years old. Why? And why are we still using this designation today? For you see, these maps, and all our maps, including Google Earth, are tools of deception. Where are the maps from the age of Pisces? The maps of the last 2,000 years? And could these maps actually be over 2,000 years old? It seems like someone does not want us to know the age we reside in, or wants to distract us.
So he's basically saying all the maps are fake. All the maps are fucked up. They're lying.
From finding out just how important the precession of the equinox really is. This brilliant lady's flat fact leaves us with the following conclusions. The maps, all of them, Mercator and so on, are either 1. Original maps that belong to a period that occurred thousands of years ago and have been given false dates and narratives surrounding their creation. 2. Manipulated copies and versions of original maps that were created over 2,160 years ago. Or 3. They are all fake and created during the Great Reset of the last few hundred years to generate a false history and timeline and solidify the...
You guys see how this is all connected? Like, they faked them during the reset, right? But if you stayed stuck just on the flat earth, you might not learn about the reset, right? Because the reset is mud flood research. So the mud flood research, the reset connects it to the flat earth and the timeline and everything. And the timeline's getting fucked with, so that connected to the Mandela effect. So it's like...
It's not like they can stop the earth in a day on a dime or anything. Stop society completely and make everything stop working. It's not like they can do that or anything. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know either. Well, yeah, they already did it. They already did it.
No, don't tell you, stop. There. I just
all right.
I'm not saying anything about it. No way, they didn't do it. Like, it's crazy. It's not like they can do that. That's crazy.
Heliocentricity. Out of all of these options, the second and the third are most likely. Cartographic world maps are not easy documents to create and establish. They require a solid understanding of our Earth's size and shape. They require a thorough understanding of the circles of latitude that are integral to the workings of our world. They require a complex understanding of the continents and land masses. These maps are likely manipulated duplications of maps thousands of years old or completely fake. And we do see signs of manipulation, especially in regard to the landmass known as Hyperborea. We see Hyperborea in various maps of varying styles, and we are told that these are from the 16th century. But towards the 17th century, we see Hyperborea start to be erased from the maps. We see unknown land masses that are present in some of these old maps vanish entirely. And then it dawned on me, the message of this flat fact. We have no trustworthy maps, not a single one. We have no reliable source to show us the bigger picture of the realm we inhabit. I continued my journey, and as I ventured deeper into the forest, the path to the center that led me thus far was gone, and I could not turn back, and there lay no path in front of me.
Now it's about to get good.
Truly lost.
It's about to get good.
How to know where you are going if you don't know where you are in the first place, if you don't have a map? All historical waymarks that I had invested some degree of trust in before were now completely unreliable and questionable. How much had been edited by the controllers? How much truth was left? What if all the maps were fake? Why are they hiding the maps of the last 2,000 years? We do not have one single accurate or honest world map. And like in all moments of being lost, right before despair takes hold, an unforeseen circumstance arose that set me back on course. I stumbled through thick overgrowth and out into a moonlit clearing with a small lake. At this clearing, I met a mysterious figure named Sturgios. I told him I was lost.
For those who don't know, Sturgio Studios is Vibes of Cosmos. He used to have his name is Sturgios, all right, and he used to have a channel called Sturgio Studios, and that's where he started the research. And I think he changed it to Vibes of Cosmos. It was Vibes of the Cosmos, and now it's Vibes of Cosmos. I think it changed a bunch of times, but it's him. This is his research, the moon map.
And he told me to come and look into the lake. He told me to watch the water. What did I see? He asked. Myself, I replied. My reflection rippling and glistening in the moonlight. Mirror, mirror. Look beyond yourself, he said. What do you see? And there it was, just as it had always been.
That's a good one, actually.
Mirror, mirror.
I just seen a comment, Carbide. When the Mandela effect came into my world, everything is FUBAR now. FUBAR means fucked up beyond all recognition. I have a funny story about FUBAR, but yeah, so yeah. Well, what if this moon map is a fucking Mandela effect, right? Was the moon always a fucking map? You know? Like, what the fuck is going on? Major shift.
Way up high.
Hold on.
Mirror, mirror.
Hold on. We gotta call it. We gotta call it, dude. Mandela flood. We gotta call it. We can't. Yeah, you can chime in. Go ahead. Let me just play my quick.
Hey.
Go ahead. I just got something I gotta do real
quick.
Right. Let me just do this real quick. It's only like 2 seconds long. All right. So, what were you gonna say, Jesse? Go ahead.
I played Nelson Mandela in The Shawshank Redemption.
Now are you unmuted? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So what I was going to say is that obviously I've driven across, North America a number of times, and we know how far it is, from, let's say, Massachusetts to San Francisco, to Massachusetts to Alaska. So at least we know what the distances are relatively. So, I mean, are you thinking that literally the shape of North America is completely wrong, or maybe
no,
from way back or something?
What do you mean? I mean, what do you mean? According to this map?
Well, he's saying in the video that literally we don't have any trustworthy maps. But I mean, like I said, we at least know how far it is. Like I said, for example, across North America. I mean, I've driven across, a number of times. And, I mean, to me,
I got you. I got what you're saying now. Yeah.
So I think,
Correct. You can follow a map around America and proper.
Could it have changed,
Or maybe they give. Well, he said manipulated too. So maybe they give us like maps that where like the places where they know we go, they're pretty accurate. But
right.
Then like all these lands around us that they don't tell us about, it's lying. Like places they know we're not going to really be able to check out for ourselves. Like, yeah, probably that. Because when you go in an airplane, Jesse, I've seen the shape of Texas before from an airplane.
Right. Exactly.
And it's exactly like how it looks on the map.
Right.
So maybe they know that. Maybe they know you can see certain shapes. So they're like, all right, we'll make Texas look legit because you can see that from a plane.
Right.
Until we get some better type of tech, like when we got the P900s, the P1000s to zoom in on the.
Oh,
the
speaking
curve.
of airplanes, I actually had a pilot on board not too long ago, and I guess the flat Earth came up. He was in my Storm Spotter car, and we were talking about photography and whatnot. And I was like, I got a question for you. And he had basically tried to tell me that he had seen the curvature of the Earth at he says you start to see it about 40,000 feet. I was like, oh, that's interesting because, we can, we have amateur balloon, footage of 100,000 feet, and there's no curvature to be found. So I'm thinking either A, he's lying because he's afraid to admit it. He said he's a commercial pilot, or B, maybe they're building in curvature to these windows of some of these newer aircraft because they're getting desperate. Now, if that's the case, he should be able to see some curvature on the ground as well if he's seeing it at 40,000 feet,
I talked to two people recently about the flat Earth. I got one on camera. One of them was those people who measure the streets and shit. What do they call those people?
Surveyors.
Yeah, surveyor. And I asked him if he ever has to do curvature math, and I told him the math and everything, so he knew I knew what I was saying. And he's like, yeah, they give us a button. There's a button on the fucking thing that they press, right? Like on to do the curvature. They press a button on the machine and it does it for them. Oh, okay, so you're not really doing the math then. So you really don't know. You're just pressing a stupid button, right? But then I talked to this guy at a shelter. He's a homeless guy, and he was old. He's a black dude, and you could tell this dude was an Air Force mechanic, because he had an old ass Air Force fucking mechanic thing on. He had all his colors on and everything. Like retired Air Force, all that shit. Like whatever. He looked legit. He wasn't just fucking around. Like he wasn't just a homeless guy like trying to beg for change or something. This dude was really from the Air Force. I seen him the way he was talking to people and everything. This dude was military, right? He was old though. He was like a vet. He was an old black dude. I would say he was about like 75, 85 years old. And I said, "Oh, I saw his coat," and I was like, "You was in the Air Force?" And he was like, "Yes, sir." And I'm like, "I have some questions for you, man. What did you do?" And he's like, "I flew jets. I worked on jets. I was a mechanic. I can fix jets. I fix, jet engines, all that shit." He was explaining all this shit. I didn't even understand what he was saying, but he was getting into it, right? And he knew what he was talking about. So I was like, "So you've been in jets before, like real Air Force jets and shit?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "What do you think about the Earth being flat?" Right? And he looked at me, and it kind of got him pissed. He kind of looked pissed off, like it triggered him. I was like, "Well, think about it, man, right?" And I was like, water always finds its own level. I just gave him the whole spiel, dude. I was like, thrust and combustion don't work in a vacuum. I gave him everything, right? He was like, he goes, "Yeah, but if we can make a munitions." This is what he said. "We can make a munitions strong enough that if we fired it, it would start at one point and go all around the world and come back." Right? right. And I said to him, "I would like to see that." I was trying to be as friendly as I can, right? And he was like, and then he just looked at me after a while, and he got annoyed, and he was like, "It's round," and then he just walked away. He was pissed. He lost his patience with me, right? Like after about 15, he kept telling me it's round, and I just kept going on and on trying to inch my way in, and he didn't like it, man. He did not like, he didn't like his paradigm being threatened. But the pilots are funny. Some of them know, and some of them,
I think the southern pilots, like in Australia, New Zealand, or South Africa, they have to know, because if you're taking a flight from, let's say, Buenos Aires, Argentina, to Auckland, New Zealand,
it's coming back soon.
Why do they always end up in the northern hemisphere? Why do they always stop in Frisco or LA? They have to know.
Yeah.
But I think they probably sworn to secrecy. I know there was a lady that actually was a pilot who came out of the closet and talked about it, and she lost her pilot's license because she spoke up.
Oh, really? So if the pilots come out and get caught saying the Earth is flat, they get fired?
Oh yeah, they get fired.
I didn't know that.
I don't know about every, probably, someone who flies a small plane might not know, but I think commercial airline pilots, I think they know.
Maybe it's like that for the
look at the 16 emergency landings. They tell us straight out. Look at the one where the lady gave birth on a flight from Taiwan to LA, why the fuck did they stop in Alaska? They stopped in Anchorage. You think if anything, they'd stop in Hawaii. And this was in the mainstream media. I mean, it's right in your face. You look at the path on azimuthal equidistant projection, Alaska's right on the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I mentioned that to people, and they're like, holy shit. And I'm like, well, just look at it on the flat Earth map. Then you tell me why they stopped in Alaska. Remember, the woman is giving birth. They got to get the plane down. They can't fuck around. They can't be like, oh, you know what? We're going to stop in Hawaii because we don't want anyone to know the Earth is flat. They got to get that plane down. Woman's giving birth,
That app is really helping you guys learn this stuff, huh? It sounds like you're ahead of me, Jesse. I need to get.
There've been 16 other emergency landings that have proved the same thing.
Yeah. Well.
So anyway,
I don't know. Well, I'm gonna play this because now this is the part where it really gets into the moon map and it really gets good. You guys are gonna understand after tonight. You guys are gonna leave here enlightened. The people who didn't understand what they're saying when they said the moon's a map, you're gonna understand it now. And then you might be against it or you might be for it. I don't know. It's up to you. I'm not gonna try to gatekeep you and try to tell you what to decide for yourself. You can go on and study other subjects. What are you doing now? Sims, what's up?
Trying to remember. Oh, and when someone says they saw the curvature, blah, 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 from such and such feet, then you go down to the Earth and a boat goes over the horizon and you zoom back in on it, blah, 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 blah. Right? So you can't have both. You can't have the curvature of
the other.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, they're saying that the boat's actually going over the curve. Why can we zoom back in on that freighter that's sailed 20 kilometers away or whatever? That's simple.
Yeah. You guys are good. I love you guys. Thank you guys for coming on. You guys are helping me tonight because I know the Earth is flat, but you guys are good with the measurements. Here we go.
In the sky, mirror, mirror, oh how they lie.
I love it. He's like, what's this? A map? You know what I mean? He's like, hidden in plain sight? The only map we have. I can hear the accent. I love it. So you see how he was measuring it? He's going to explain it, how they do it, Jesse. And I want you to pay attention to that part because I know how you're good with it. I want to see if it's accurate because I look at it and I'm just like, I don't know, you know, but I've been thinking about this a lot lately. That's why I brought it up tonight. By the way, all the music in this is vibes with Cosmos music. He makes the music too, I think. He's good.
It cannot be. All this time, hiding in plain sight. A distorted, unreliable yet steadfast reflection. A quasi-photographic image of both our known world and what is this? This is the unknown world.
You see that?
Thank you, Sturgios, for all your...
So this is the flat earth right here that they show us. Look, the outer rim is like where the ice wall would be, right? Where they tell us there's an ice wall, right? And then all this land is... So the moon isn't just showing us with our part of the plane. It's showing us the entire plane or more of it. Oh, it could even go, who knows? But like, that's what they're trying to say here. That we got this section right here, and it's really all of this. And this is like Lemuria, and all these other lands. Tetra, Villa, all these lands that are on those ancient maps that are no longer shown to us fit into this.
Work. Sturgios has mapped out each continent to the minutest detail. His work is meticulous. He has mapped time zones, seasons, flight paths, and distances. The first true flat Earth map. And it is of utmost importance, primarily due to the unknown landmass over here that Sturgios has named.
Hey, you're muted. There's no sound. Rock and roll.
All right, thank you, Singe. Thank you.
Everybody rock and roll place.
You always got my back. So yeah, I was gonna say there's a flat earther. I mean, a globie.
What?
Yeah, listen.
Oh.
There's a globie who comes around, right? And he comes to my channel. His name's like, I don't know, TJ something.
Got hockey pucks?
And he's like, I'm offering $15,000 to the first flat earther that can make a map. Right? He's like puts it in my chat all the time. I think I might have even blocked him.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have that.
Yeah. But I'm like, what the fuck? First, I told him the moon's the map, bitch. And then he said to me, no, like I'm talking about like a map. He's like being serious, like a map that you would use to navigate.
Hockey pucks are contagious.
A flat Earth map that you would use to navigate this, like the way home, like the way you'd get home from work. Use a flat Earth map for that. I'm like, you know what, dude? I told them, first of all, we can't make an accurate map because they won't show us what's beyond Antarctica, right? I mean, there's a lot of different things that and then again, there are no accurate maps. So, like, I don't know what the fuck the dude is. I guess he's just trolling. But all right, I'm gonna press it.
Terra Vista, after the Aberno Monte landmass of the same name. Why have we never heard of this land before? If the area here is our known world, then the realm is absolutely enormous. But wait a minute. Sturgios' presentation of our known world here maps the 5 prominent circles of latitude. We see the Arctic Circle, the tropics, the equator, and the Antarctic Circle. And Sturgios has mapped the sun's concentric journey around these circles of latitude, mapping seasons and time zones with the utmost precision and accuracy. So what's going on? The sun and moon cannot journey the entirety of the land masses presented here because it would take too long. Does this landmass not have its own sun? Or perhaps the moon is not a map of the greater realm after all. But not so fast. We need to spend some time breaking down Sturgios' discovery here. How the image on the face of the moon was and is formed, when it was formed, and why are all questions that no one can answer. Nobody knows apart from the deceivers in higher places. But there are a lot of things hidden in plain sight that bring us a little closer to having a better understanding of this mysterious phenomenon. First of all is the nature of this image. It is a composite image. You are witnessing multiple images simultaneously when looking at the face of the moon. And these images are akin to a type of X-ray photography. There is also evidently a lot.
See, he's showing you right now that it's a composite image. It's an X-ray. It's an X-ray. Somehow it's formed 2,000, like thousands of years ago. That's why it shows the hidden lands. It's a mirror image of an X-ray. That's what it is. It's a mirror image, so it's backwards too. So it's a mirror image of an X-ray that we can map out distances and look at what the whole place looks like. And maybe, I don't know, maybe God put it there. I'm going to start looking in the Bible and places for anything it says about the moon being a map. You never know. I mean, you just got to look for it.
A lot of distortion and optical illusion present in these images. No one can offer an explanation as to how this composite image has formed, nor has anyone ever provided a satisfactory answer as to what exactly the moon is. And rightly so, for if they could, we would not be in this mess in the first place.
Cheese.
While most would...
That was the moon out in the daytime. Me and Sue always take pictures of the moon out in the daytime for days. Could the moon be a huge space station? You ready?
Alternative views of the moon's true nature are rooted in nonsensical theories, such as those dreamt up by many deceivers and boys who never grew up, and who like the idea that aliens created the moon and there exist underground bases deep within its craters. There is one man, however, who spoke of the moon in the years leading up to the space race in the 60s, and who offered a very sensible insight. In 1965, Professor R. Foster challenged the corrupt scientific complex by stating that landing on the moon was an impossibility. It is an impossibility, according to Foster, because the moon is plasma and not solid. Here is what he said in an interview.
What is your theory? Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is a plasma phenomena, cosmic plasma, and that this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation. Scientific views expressed all over the world now that the moon seems to be of a quite different nature of what was assumed.
But the Americans and Russians are thinking of landing men on it.
Well, that will never happen. Not on the moon. On Mars, on Venus, on other planets, yes. But the moon is definitely, as I assert, the plasma.
Like most that speak out, Foster was most likely controlled opposition. Notice that he says it is possible to land on other planets, but not the moon. It is likely that it was his task to introduce a half-truth, that the moon is a plasma phenomenon, only for his claims to be, quote, debunked and proved wrong, unquote, a few years later, after they staged the moon landings. Since Foster's claim, however, our own access to technology in recent years.
So did you ever think that, Jesse? I know you know about Foster because he comes up in our research a lot, but
it's pretty good detective.
Did you ever know that they might have put him out as like a half-truth disinformation gatekeeper to fucking basically so when they do the moon landings a few years later, they'll prove them wrong and be like, oh, well, we debunked the plasma thing, and they'll stop worrying about that now.
I guess that makes sense to me. Sure. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
Right? We're learning things here tonight, Jesse. All right, let's go.
Subterfuge.
Years has allowed us to investigate the moon in more detail. And through this, we see over and over again varying instances of the moon behaving in a way that debunks a lie that it is a ball of rock. We see with our own eyes a semi-transparent moon, either at night or while there is still daylight. We see the sky through the moon. Sometimes it is even possible to see stars directly through the moon. Many have repeatedly demonstrated that moonlight.
Jesse, have you ever seen stars directly through the moon with your camera, with your P1000?
Not yet. I mean, I'll have to look a little more carefully for that, but I have heard that many times.
Try to get me some pictures of stars directly shining through the moon. That would be a trick. That would be awesome. All right.
Well, I mean,
I'm first on the list. I'm first on the list, okay, Jesse? If you find any pictures of stars on the moon, put me first. Number one, numero uno on the list for that.
I do find it interesting that the rest of the moon, let's say you're at a half moon or something, it takes the color of the sky around it, whether it's, dark out or whether it's light out, it's blue basically.
I know, I've seen videos of that too,
yeah.
Yeah, that's weird too. I know when you watch the moon when it first shows up or like goes away, you start noticing like weird shit. If you could film it, I wish I had a camera like just pointed up the sky, like I don't know, just filming it. But
check this out.
Weird.
If you Google,
yeah, go ahead.
If you Google half moon and go to images, you can only find a few of half moons. They're almost all of them. They show you crescent moons and they call it a half moon.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
Yeah,
you can barely find a half moon, and it's like, wait, what?
That's weird. I remember there always being half moons, but that's weird. You're right. I haven't seen one in a while. So like, and also you ever notice how like, all right, the moon always looks far away, but like like the sun looks like it comes in closer when it comes in and goes around you. The moon always looks like it's on the outside more, and it also, like, you notice how, like, when you go out, sometimes you'll see where the moon is, and then you'll go out like 15 minutes later and it's way on the other side of the sky. You're like, what the fuck? How did it move from there to there that fucking quick? You know, that's weird too. And the moon has cold light. The moon's light is opposite as the sun's light, right? So, like, they've used temperature guns, all kinds of shit to measure this, and like laser experiments, all types of shit to measure.
Yeah, I played around with that myself with one of those laser thermometers. And
what did you do? What did you do? Tell us, Jesse. What did you do?
It's pretty undeniable. I mean, just pointing it to the grass, for example, under a tree, and then in the middle of a field, and clearly seems that the grass is colder in the middle of the field than right next to a building or just under a tree. It's in the moon's shade.
Yeah, they said that the moon's light is all right. The sun's light is warmer. The sun's light is warmer, Jesse, right? But it's colder in the shade. The moon's light is cold, but it's warmer in the shade.
Yeah,
it's like opposite.
Yeah, and in fact, what Rick Hummer says you can do is you take, like, for example, Tupperware or something, and put it out in the middle of a field, and then put another identical piece of Tupperware, for example, right in the moon's shade, maybe from a building or from a tree, and then take a laser gun, and clearly, it's actually
amazing.
colder.
So it's different. So basically, it's completely different light. It's not the reflection of the sun. It's a completely different type of light. It makes people do weird things too. When it's a full moon, all this type of weird shit starts happening. Bad things. I'm gonna press play.
Light is colder than the shade at night, and therefore it cannot be reflected sunlight, as it possesses no residual warmth. We also know that spherical objects do not reflect light. By the laws of reflection, the light concentrates into a highlight.
That's awesome, dude. Spherical objects do not reflect light. That's a good one, Jesse. I never heard that one before, and I've seen this before, but I wasn't paying attention. Spherical objects do not reflect light. What do you think, Jesse?
I guess that makes sense to me.
It's a good one.
Light point and does not reflect. You can also see frequent crescent moons when both the moon and the sun are within close proximity of each other, meaning that it is impossible for the sun to be casting the Earth's shadow onto the moon. So if the moon is a plasma phenomenon, then how could this be formed in the first place? It is in the appropriation and demonization of the symbol of the swastika that we find some very interesting insights. The existence of a vast amount of historical literature and symbolism suggestive of a vortex opening in the center of our world is too prevalent to be coincidental. We have looked at much of this before, but strangely enough, in the years preceding and during the complete demonization and eradication of the swastika's association with the vortex, we find some additional information regarding this central vortex that is astonishing. In addition to the appropriation of the swastika as their emblem, the Nazis were also obsessed with a very similar symbol, that of the Black Sun. Prior to the rise of the Nazi regime,
So the Black Sun. The Black Sun, what do I know about the Black Sun? Not the symbol, but the actual Black Sun. It's supposed to be in the center. It's supposed to be where the North Pole, where the Northern Lights come out in the Taurus field projects from. Right, Jesse? Do you know anything about it? The Black Sun?
Not specifically, actually, no.
Well, Truth Seeker 69 knows. She talks a lot about it a lot.
Okay.
Shout out to Jen. And she did a lot of research. Her and Chapu, they were doing a lot of research on the Black Sun. So reach out to them if you want to know more about it. But all I really know is it's the middle. It's the center. It projects the Taurus field.
It's where the northern lights and everything. It's like magnetism that comes out of the center where the North Pole is. That's why we can't go near the North Pole, because it would rip us apart.
Existed an occult secret society within Germany called the Thule Society, sometimes alternatively pronounced Thule, that had sub-factions within it. One of these sub-societies, we are told, was the Black Sun Society. Influenced by the Rosicrucians and other Hermetic groups, the Thule Society placed special emphasis on the superiority of an alleged Aryan race with innate mystical powers. The Thule Society derived its name from a mythical northern country in Greek legend.
We should all pray against whatever he's talking about right now, but I still want to learn about it.
Thule was supposedly a land located furthest north. Others have called it Hyperborea. The Thule Society believed, we are told, that an elder race, the Aryans, colonized our Earth, and they were located within the center of our hollow Earth. Admiral Byrd, the military Antarctic explorer, also made reference to a hollow Earth with an entrance at the North Pole. The Thule Society also believed that the Black Sun...
Hey, did you know that, Jesse? Did you know that Admiral Byrd, he made a lot of references in his books to the hollow Earth, like a real lot.
I think I heard a little something about that.
And I heard in the flat Earth research, they were telling me that like they think he did that to make the flat Earth is like the whole Earth being flat look crazy. You know, he started talking about like inner Earth and all these things on inside the middle of the Earth and stuff. But I don't know.
What if he definitely talked about other land beyond Antarctica?
Like it's not flat like it's not flat like a pancake, like completely. It's a topographical plane, so it has depth, right?
Right.
So there could be something within, you know. And there's like a watch when he shows it. It's like a magnet underneath. It's crazy. It's crazy. The magnetic pole, the way it works, it's nuts.
Sun was the big ball of primer materia that existed in the center of the Earth and emanated radiation in the form of real energy. This energy has many names. Some have called it chi, astral light, odic forces, or orgone. In 1933, the main architect of the event known as the Holocaust, Heinrich Himmler, acquired Wewelsburg Castle, a wonderful piece of old world infrastructure and technology. He supposedly remodeled the castle, and in doing so imprinted the symbol of the Black Sun into the marble floor of what came to be known as the General's Hall. Much of what has surfaced regarding the German secret societies before and during the Nazi regime is deliberate misinformation, carefully controlled with the sole intention of distraction and demonization. The misinformation regarding these societies has served to further fuel the UFO and alien agenda, which many, such as Jordan Safer, David Wilcock, and Corey Good, have since latched onto and promoted.
I knew the whole time that these people were bullshit. This guy, and this guy. I don't know their names, except for this one, Wilcock, because he has the name Cock in his name. That's the only reason why I remembered it. But this dude, they all suck. All right, I didn't believe any of them. Never. What do you think? Moving on.
They are part of a controlled opposition agenda. They are liars. Their sole intention of disclosing information regarding German secret societies was to yoke together a ridiculous concept of a superior alien Aryan race existing within our world's northern core, or opening at the center, with maniacal dictatorship that resulted in gruesome genocide. Or in other words, to make them seem crazier than they already were. The controllers of our realm had to appropriate the swastika and eradicate its symbolic association with the Earth's central electromagnetic and physical vortex. And while I do not think there exists a black sun underneath us, if the notion of this seems absurd and far-fetched, just remember that the majority of the world's population have already accepted that there is some kind of dark sphere beneath them, acting as a source of our world's electromagnetic energy. Heliocentrism has convinced so many that inside their little blue ball hoax, there exists a spherical core of solid iron at a temperature of over 5,000 degrees. Their own black sun. Interestingly, they never represent this iron core with the metal's usual black or dark grey colour associations in their illustrations, despite telling us it is a crystalline sphere of solid iron.
So basically the inner core of the Earth, when they show it to us, it represents the black sun. They know about it, and they just fucking, that's basically what I'm getting out of it.
Surrounding the iron solid core is an outer layer of molten iron. And it is because of this hot liquid iron, we are told, that the Earth has a magnetic toroidal field. And millions have accepted this, and these silly diagrams that resemble Satsumas, despite the hard fact that the furthest depth a human has ever drilled into the Earth is a mere 8 miles. The heliocentric model has to acknowledge an inner core energy source because it is in fact a reality, and our world cannot exist without it. It is likely that the notion of a black sun beneath us is more distraction, although it is not as absurd as the heliocentric Satsuma model. We will return to this later. What is important now, however, is that not only have we another instance of the concept of a black core at the center of our realm, and another reference to a central vortex and opening, but we also have reference to energy, or what the Thule Society called Vril, radiating out of this opening. And if this is truly the case, then we have a theoretical model in which both the formation of the sun and moon makes complete sense. What I am going to try and convey now is complex. And
I love how he goes off into other things, but he still remembers to bring it back. He's bringing it back to the moon map. Watch. He's bringing it back. Bringing it back.
I will do my best, but I need you first of all to forget every model of our Earth you have become familiar with. Things may not make sense at first, but by the end it will. Let's start with the realm and the firmament, and then a central opening. And now let's incorporate our known world, as outlined on the moon by Sturgios. And finally, let's add the source or electromagnetic coil beneath.
Boom, baby! Add the source or the electromagnetic coil underneath. Boom. Boom, baby. He's adding things onto the model. I love it. I love it. I've never seen no flat earthers with, I'm not talking shit. I just never seen no flat earthers with an electromagnetic coil underneath their thing. Have you, Jesse?
Not specifically, no.
Gotcha. Hey, I love you guys though. We'll start doing it. All right. The next person who makes one of these, please incorporate an electromagnetic coil. Thank you.
Whether a magnetic rock or an electromagnetic coil, the source of our world's magnetic field is located at the center and beneath, and any source of intense electromagnetism would produce strong radiation. No one can say indefinitely, but it is highly likely that the concentrated plasma that we call the moon is a result of a unique form of radiation, similar to X-rays, that emanate from this source via an opening or vortex. X-rays or very strong radiation beams would, by the laws of physics, emanate from this central vortex in diverging straight lines. Like X-rays, they would also be invisible. The divergent beams would continue up until coming into contact with the firmament itself. X-ray beams differ from light beams and do not tend to reflect. X-rays are like a super powerful form of light, and because their wavelengths are shorter than ordinary light's wavelengths, it means their frequency is much higher. Because of this, X-rays can travel through objects.
Yes, the name that Dragon Sage put in, that link is good. That guy's good too. I might go to his page too and show it after this when we have time. I'm just trying to get through this because this is like still over a half hour left, and I just want to get through it so we can move on to the next thing because I want to play some music and move things along. But yeah, I have so much shit to show tonight, but I want to get through this because this really explains the base of what we're gonna get into. I can show you how everything works on this fucking moon map, not just the basic shit. I have access to all that. All right, we'll be back. I'm gonna press play.
Ordinary light cannot, and it means that X-rays are not reflected easily. There are not many materials that reflect, scatter, refract, or redirect X-rays. And while I'm not strictly saying that X-rays are the cause, any form of strong radiation beams would behave similarly. There do exist some materials that can reflect high energy rays, and it was a man named Lawrence Bragg in 1913 that discovered that crystalline structures reflect X-rays. That's right, crystalline structures, a crystalline firmament. Bragg reflection.
Crystalline structures reflect X-rays. Crystalline structures reflect X-rays. So if the firmament is a crystalline structure, that's where he's going with it.
Is used, for example, to focus monochromatic light. And there is a device called a monochromator that uses curved crystal mirrors to reflect X-rays to focus monochromatic light. Standard monochromators.
So this is awesome. I love when people show it. Like he's showing how we have scientific equipment that does what he's explaining with X-rays in crystalline structures and reflects them and shit like that. Like he's showing you it being how they reproduce it in a lab. Like that's what what NASA doesn't show us. They don't come out and show us how they reproduce all this bullshit that they tell us in a lab. It's all just a fucking joke.
Use a prism to break down the light. This is a very familiar image, and Wikipedia displays it for everyone to see. It is now associated with an infamous music album. What is the title of that album? They are telling us. This means we're right on track. Radiation beams reflected off of...
So the Dark Side of the Moon, the album is showing this. And it's called The Dark Side of the Moon.
Of the crystal firmament would likely be redirected down, off-center, and into the ionosphere above our heads. The same ionosphere in which the ethereal electromagnetic energy was harvested from. It is here that the beams will converge and concentrate and generate the plasma phenomenon we call the moon. The idea of electromagnetic rays reflecting from the firmament and converging in the ionosphere may seem preposterous, but there are many homemade experiments you can conduct yourself to prove the power of concentrating light rays. As seen here, the rays of the sun reflected in the concave mirror are able to produce intense heat and start a fire. The reflected light rays focus into a point to generate energy. And remember, radiation beams akin to X-rays are much more powerful than light rays. If the moon is a point of focused, condensed plasma, then it has...
No, we're live. We're live, Carbide. This is live right now, Carbide. Fubar, fucked up beyond all recognition. I knew this fat kid that his name was Fubar, and he lived in I lived in a house with a bunch of people. I had to do it for court. It was like a residential program, you know? And it was cool though. The dudes were cool. Everybody that lived there, I lived with like 15 kids like me. We were young. Like we were adults, but we were like in our 20s, you know, 18 to like 24-year-old. And we were like, had to do it for like a court program for getting in trouble. And there's this fat kid there named Fubar. That was his name. That's what people called him. He was a big fat dude. So I put in one of my raps, Fubar wants a new car, but he's so fucking fat he wouldn't get too far. And I put it in one of the songs and I was playing it, you know, to get us through. I was making music, even in the fucking program, trying to, you know, get people through. I was making songs about them and shit and putting them on beats and making people laugh and shit.
Has to occur within one of the layers in the ionosphere above us. All the various inert noble gases in our eye.
The other night, Brian Stavely was on here, and he went acapella. He was rapping his Mandela Effect rap on here, and I got it. And you know what? I'm making a Mandela Effect rap, and I have a beat. So I'm gonna try to remix it, and I'm gonna put his verse over the beat with my chorus, and I'm gonna try to like make a remix and see how it comes out. I'm working on it. I got everything going, and I'm working on Ariel Truthseeker's song. Me and Ariel Truthseeker are making a song. I set up my studio now. I didn't have my studio. Shout out to Ariel. Talk to her today. Text me, Ariel. We'll get that shit done.
Ionosphere appear at differing layers and altitudes. We looked at how these are charged by the sun's electromagnetism to form the plasma sky. At a certain altitude in the ionosphere, there are two layers of neon and helium gas. It is likely that the sun forms in a similar fashion within these layers. After all, helium is linguistically very similar to Helios. It is likely, however, that the moon is formed at the level of altitude in which the gas krypton is present. Krypton is known for its phosphorescent white light. It is also...
Krypton, wait, isn't that the planet that Superman is from, Krypton? And isn't he kryptonite is like what his worst fucking... Right? Singe, you're the comic book guy. Singe Man, where are you? Where have you been? What happened? Singe Man bounced? Singe Man is gone? Jesus. I lost Singe. All right, whatever. We'll keep moving on.
Also used to create non-thermal or cold plasma, as demonstrated by contemporary scientists developing this field today. The primary reason that the moon's light is cold and not hot like the sun's is not known, but it is likely due to a polarity produced by their interaction with our electromagnetic field in the ionosphere, the moon being the dielectric negative polarity to the sun's positive charge. The craters seen on the moon are likely from the generation of this plasma. Perhaps it is some kind of plasma emulsion that displays a kind of outgassing or bubbling, much like we see with urethane paint defects. Recently, bizarre theories have emerged that we live within one of these craters on the moon. This is not correct. The moon is some kind of phosphorescent, concentrated plasma and not a solid object. You can see the formation of this plasma and its craters right here. It is not solid, it is a light. And this is great because we have a very realistic and working model as to how the moon is formed. What we don't have, however, is an explanation as to how the composite image on its face is formed. As I said before, the image we are seeing on the moon is akin to a composite X-ray photograph of our greater realm. And it is not an active reflection, but rather a historical moment captured in time. And of course, no one knows how it is formed, other than those in higher places. The moon is a paradoxical phenomenon, at once a volatile luminary of plasma that waxes and wanes in its luminosity, and also a steadfast image captured at some point in time that does not seem to change.
Yeah, that's another thing I learned. The moon wanes. The moon wanes. That's a weird word, isn't it? It's fucking. Jesse's gone. All right, I lost everybody. All right, we'll keep it going.
We only ever see this image on the moon, and it never changes. This strange and mysterious image that has puzzled and inspired millions could be a result of a natural, organic phenomenon, or perhaps even artificial. Again, only the controllers know. The word photo originates from the Greek photos. It means light. Hence we have words such as photosynthesis, which means the synthesis of light, in which plants harvest light energy and convert it into chemical energy. A photon is the quantum of the electromagnetic field, including electromagnetic radiation, such as light. A huge misconception is the notion that photographic imaging is not a natural, organic phenomenon. This is not correct. The word photograph means light drawing. The concept of natural light
Boom, baby. So the word photograph means light drawing. The word photograph means light drawing.
sensitive material is well understood. Our bodies begin to darken when exposed to too much sunlight. Depending on the exposure to the UV, our bodies can develop tan lines. The light literally draws on us. Certain textures and textiles can fade or come to the surface when exposed to light. And there exist natural camera obscuras. A natural camera obscura occurs when a darkened space with a hole permits light rays to enter from outside the space, resulting in a projected image of the space outside inside the darkened area. We can even see projected images of a solar eclipse here on the ground underneath a leaf canopy due to the holes in the leaves. Natural camera obscura was, of course, the inspiration for the early development of photographic technology. Interestingly, the noble gas krypton, the same gas present in our ionosphere, has been used for years, we are told, as an integral component in camera flashes for high-speed photography. It is also an essential component in hyperpolarized MRI scanners. There is also a possibility that the face of the moon is not a natural phenomenon, but was a result of an experiment. Photographic and X-ray films are created through a fusion of a gelatin emulsion with microscopic silver crystals. Because of this, exposure to light is able to capture an invisible latent image. During light exposure, the silver halide crystals grow to visible sizes, and this is what is called printing out the image. Microscopic silver was essential in producing traditional photographic images. Without it, the technology would not have been possible in the first place. Interestingly, in their alignment of noble metals with astronomical bodies, the alchemists designated the moon as having rulership over the metal silver. The birth of modern photography began.
So that's Chip. So there's a silver connection here. There's a silver connection, so that they wouldn't be able to make photographs without silver, right? And let's just move on.
In 1800, we are told, when the uncle of Charles Darwin tried to capture the image produced in a camera obscura, he discovered that by coating white leather with silver nitrate, he was able to partially capture real-life images. The use of silver nitrate was developed further by Louis Daguerre who went on to birth the daguerreotype and modern photography. But what is interesting is that silver nitrate goes by another name. They called it lunar caustic, in homage to the alchemists' association between the moon and silver. It's also quite interesting that many Masonic representations of the alchemists depict the sun and moon as reflected rays. And what are the coincidences that the alchemists, who probably didn't exist in the manner we are told they did, associated the moon with the very metal in which traditional photography is impossible without? This is not a coincidence. Those of the old world knew what the moon was, and perhaps an older civilization that came before them and that were also technologically advanced had a hand in rendering the image on the moon. It's not that much of a preposterous notion, considering that we are continually experimenting with things on a cosmological.
So I think he's trying to say the moon is the result of an experiment.
Scale today, staging fake rocket launches that sometimes get caught on the firmament, developing artificial suns, and some demons in higher places are even trying to find ways to dim the sun. Humans have always overstretched their ambitions when it comes to the luminaries, and I don't see why advanced civilizations of the past would have been any different. But how this composite image phenomenon came to be is not important for our journey. It's what it shows us that is important. And perhaps it is best to leave the moon shrouded in mystery. Whether a natural or artificial X-ray photographic image, what is important is its composite nature. The image we witness here.
Carbide just said, oh, that's why old mirrors look like that. I've never seen an old mirror look like that, but yeah, that's probably why.
Here is a combination of at least two fixed images that are superimposed upon one another. The first image we are seeing, as Sturgios's groundbreaking work has shown over and over again, is a skeletal outline of our realm's land masses, akin to an X-ray, and in a way we have never seen before. In this image, we see all the continents of land we associate with Earth, or what is more appropriately termed the known world, represented by the dark areas in the image. And we also see vast bodies of land and continents that we are completely unfamiliar with. Sturgios revealed that if you treat the moon as the mirror image it is, and flip its image like you would with any reflection, then you can start to map our known land masses with utmost precision. And this is exactly what Sturgios has done, mapping the known world captured in the moon down to its Great Lakes and deserts. The striking similarities between our known world landmass and that captured on the moon are far too exact for it to be any kind of coincidence. It has been right in front of our faces every single day, literally. It is likely that no one has connected the dots here before because of this particular unknown landmass, which Sturgios has appropriately named Lumeria. And this landmass is very important because we know that it does not exist anymore. Theories of Lumeria's existence as a lost continent have been around since the 19th century, with most plotting its location somewhere around the Indian Ocean. Those in the 19th century also spoke of another lost continent called Mu. They are one and the same thing. Old maps of Mu plot the land exactly where it is on the moon. And in 2007, Masaki Kimura discovered huge structures, including pyramids, castles, and roads on the ocean floor, some way from Japan, a location very similar to where Lumeria is plotted here on the moon. The continent sunk years and years ago.
So they found actual ruins on the bottom of the ocean, right where they plotted this thing on the moon. This this little land that's sunk under the water. This one too, Lemuria, it's not there no more, or it might be. Who knows?
And this is very useful because it means that this image is not an active reflection. It's a moment captured in time before the continent sunk. The second image we are simultaneously witnessing in our moon is that of the firmament itself. Yes, you heard me right. The moon is the only known official image of our firmament. The face of the moon.
That's a bold statement. He's saying the moon is the image of the firmament. That is a very bold statement.
Is a composite image, and we have to separate the images to fully understand what we are seeing. We have the landmass of the greater realm, and this is one image from one angle. And then we have another image from a different angle. I can only illustrate this by showing you. This specific area of the moon is primarily what gives the phenomenon its spherical 3D appearance. The heliotropic flyers love this area of the moon.
I think I might have to mute Jesse. Something's going on. We'll mute him. Let me know. Someone let me know if he comes back because I can't see the screen. Like, just tell me on the freaking chat if he pops back on. I don't want him to. He's messing up the sound right now.
Moon, and they have used it as the weapon of deceit against us. It is not a crime.
Someone just came in. Hold on, I heard that. Jenny's back. Hopefully it works for her. All right, let's try this.
Crater with rays, like they tell us. Look closer. Really look. This is not the markings of a spherical object. It is the apex of the domed firmament from within the dome. Watch closely. This is the composite image on the moon, presenting both images simultaneously. And this is an interior.
Oh, you guys can't even hear me. Oh, fuck. I was just going on for a while. No one could even hear me. All right. We're going to get through this.
Shoot, I thought it was me. I thought I was just not able to hear anything.
No, you can. What's up, Jenny? Can you hear me? You can talk?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Maybe was your battery dead or something? Maybe it was your battery.
No, my data is like almost non-existent.
Yeah.
And I've been
that happens.
I burned it up.
Like the end of the month. Yeah, towards the end of your plan.
I struck a match to it today when I tried to upload that video.
Have you been paying attention to this the stream tonight? Have you been watching?
Yeah.
So you're all up to par.
I've been a little bit distracted though because I've been kind of aggravated because of the situation with my data plan or whatever. But
I was pissed a few nights too when I couldn't get onto a few streams, and I really I needed to talk and get out and get on the stream, and I got aggravated.
Yeah, and this is like the worst possible one for this to happen.
It stresses you out, especially if there's people around.
Yeah, because I was excited about this.
Like, if there's people around you, if there's people around you that know how to fix the fucking problem and they just won't help you.
No.
That sucks. That happened to me.
No, I literally have like I have less friends than I have fingers on one hand.
All right, well, I'm gonna
like here.
I'm gonna show you a picture of the moon map too. I'm gonna move on. I'm just gonna keep this going because I want to get through this. There's only it's like a half hour left, but we'll see what he's getting to it.
Of a hemisphere dome, and now you see if you align the central apex point of an interior hemisphere dome, then it becomes quite obvious. If you erase the remaining vector lines of the dome, then it becomes really obvious. And once you see it, it becomes very hard to unsee. It isn't a sphere. That is an optical illusion. It is the markings of a hemisphere dome. And not only is this the interior apex crown of the firmament, it is also a reflection of the center of our realm below. This area of the moon lends its spherical shape because of the so-called rays that emanate from it. But as you can see, it is an optical illusion. The rays are actually hemispherical ribs stemming from the dome's crown. This area in the middle of these ribs is not a crater. That is the vortex directly beneath the highest point of the dome. The controllers have named this area Tycho. It was given this name, we are told, by Jesuit astronomer Giovanni Riccioli in 1651. If it was not for Tycho, then the controllers of our realm would have a very hard time convincing millions that they lived on a giant spinning ball. And like with everything else, they have used Tycho to hide things in plain sight. For instance, another 17th century Masonic astronomer named Pierre Gassendi called it Umbilicus Lunaris, the navel of the moon, which is interesting as Norse mythology uses the same simile of the navel to describe Vergelmir, the whirlpool in the center of our realm. Arthur C. Clarke's Space Odyssey, one of the most famous science fiction novels of all time, features a crater on the moon named Tycho. In the novel, scientists find that there is a strong magnetic field emanating from the crater and discover that it is coming from a black cube monolith buried 15 meters within the crater. A black monolith, a Rupes Nigra, a magnetic black rock. If you separate the two images, then you can see clearly how they are in fact two images of two different angles that somehow have ended up superimposed on each other. We do not see any oceans or water mass captured in the first image, which suggests there is some kind of X-ray radiation at play. We don't see the vortex at the center in the first image for this reason. And again, no one knows how these images were formed. But if some kind of radiation beams were responsible, then the first image, the land masses of our greater realm, were most likely captured as the rays hit the firmament. And as those rays were reflected into our ionosphere and began forming the plasma mass we call the moon, it is likely that the second image was captured. And that is the image of the firmament, of the structure existing above us. And that's why we can see the outline of this structure, the stars beyond this structure, and the reflection of the vortex and other great deeps below. The moon is a masterpiece of distorted perspective, a plasma embodiment of as above, so below. And it's going to take a lot of work and careful consideration.
That's a trip. It's like as above, so below. The only thing I don't like about this is what I'm thinking as I'm watching it is, so this, what is he trying to say? Like, okay. So he's saying like the flat earth is like this section right here, right? And the flat earth fits there. But the rest of it is a giant ball. So he's basically trying to say like the flat earth is one like, is that what he's trying to say? I don't know. Because the moon looks like a ball, but we can't tell that it's a ball. We've never seen the other side of it. Right? It's just flat. I don't know. That's just the only question I would have. What do you think, Jenny? Whatever. Move on.
In smoothing out this distortion to try and get somewhere close enough to create a proper map of the world we live in. And because the moon is a disc-like mass of plasma, the first image of the land presents some curvilinear distortion. And you can see it here at the edges as the land begins to warp and wrap slightly. A lot of serious work needs to go into creating a flat projection of this distortion. But it shouldn't be too difficult. because the distortion is only slight around these edges, and that's why Sturgios can map the circles of latitude, seasons, and time zones very accurately. A map without the distortion may look something like this. But important questions remain. If the central vortex is absent from the land image on the moon, then why has Sturgios plotted the land we assume is Hyperborea over here, which is not in the center? And what about all this other land? The sun and moon cannot journey above all of this land, as it would take more than 24 hours to circle all of this, and we know the paths of the sun and moon. And the big one, the one you've been desperate to ask about since uncovering the only map we have. Where is the ice wall that you flat earthers constantly bang on about? Let's start with Hyperborea. And here's where many flat earthers may experience cognitive dissonance. Although Sturgios has plotted Hyperborea here, there is no proof that this is the true Hyperborea. There are a lot of different land masses in this region, and we cannot be sure. It pains me to say that Hyperborea may not exist in the way we have come to believe. Mercator's Hyperborea is likely the work of the Masons to throw us off the real path. And this is what our purpose is all about, isn't it? Digging for the truth is difficult business, and as we dig deeper, we come to realize that artifacts we found before may not be as useful or important as we first thought. We all get it wrong, but stay with me, no need to despair just yet. It is very interesting that the Aberno Monte map was added to the Stanford University map collection and made available to the public in 2017, the same year the flat earth was gaining huge traction and people were starting to wake up. It's also interesting that it has been arranged as a planisphere. The huge individual sheets of this map.
Yeah, I've seen this before when they've made like a globe out of this map before, and they have it on. You can see it. It's online.
Were originally arranged as an atlas projection, but David Ramsey purchased the map in 2016, and the team got to work scanning each sheet individually and processing them digitally to wrap around a sphere. Perhaps the release of Monte's marvelous map was an attempt to keep flat earthers thinking Hyperborea was located at the North Pole, and to perhaps bring back any that was sitting on the fence and hadn't truly woken up yet. A very subtle act of manipulation. But why would they want the flat earth community to keep fixed on Hyperborea? I have some thoughts regarding Hyperborea, but first we must turn to the clocks. Those of the old world knew. They knew exactly the type of earth they lived upon, and it's displayed for everyone to see right here in the astronomical clocks. The zodiac dial here, or what is officially known as the ecliptic dial, on the Prague astronomical clock, allegedly constructed in the 15th century, does not divide its 30-degree constellation arcs equally. It is also off-center from the map behind and appears distorted. And so many clocks of the old world present very similar ecliptic dials. But let's look a little closer at this magnificent Prague clock. As you can see, the zodiac dial contains a border that presents a series of vertical lines. These lines represent a chunk of 5 days, and each zodiac section represents a month. Those of the old world use this dial to track the seasons, the phases of the moon, and to present the date. But in a realm of perfect circles, why are 6 of the 30-degree arcs here represented within a smaller space than the other 6? They all contain 5 subsections, so why are they different? As you can see here, the Prague astronomical clock presents the land of Earth in the middle. Why does the ecliptic dial need to be bigger and off-center with the representation of Earth? The official liars of our realm, the satanic controllers, have an answer, of course. They tell us it is because the ecliptic dial is a stereographic projection. Stereographic projection is a mapping function that projects a sphere onto a plane. All maps are stereographic projections. We have no accurate maps. Wikipedia tells us that the ecliptic plane is projected onto the face of the clock, and because of the Earth's tilted angle of rotation relative to its orbital plane,
Yeah, I'm kind of having trouble with that. We have no accurate maps, but they can make a map of the moon that's accurate out of no maps that are accurate. I don't know. I'm not following him there, but there is a lot of good points in this.
it is displaced from the center and appears to be distorted. The projection point for the stereographic projection is the North Pole. In their fabricated heliocentric model, the Earth has an axial tilt of 23.4 degrees. The controllers needed to invent the axial tilt to justify the entire spherical lie, to justify the seasons, the vastly differing climates, and to justify the absolute fixed position of Polaris over the true geographic north. The reason Polaris does not appear to move, they say, is because Polaris lies nearly in direct line with the Earth's rotational axis above the North Pole, the North Celestial Pole. Polaris stands almost motionless in the sky, and all the stars of the northern sky appear to rotate around it. Remember, everything in their model is moving at incomprehensible speeds. But we can see with our own eyes that Polaris remains fixed. If they did not invent the axial tilt, or what is known as the obliquity of the ecliptic, then they would have no way to justify this in their fairyland model of orbiting planets. Polaris does not move, it remains fixed. If you are in Iceland or America, you can film a star trail of Polaris, and it remains fixed. But it is not fixed directly overhead in these locations. The only place we are told to observe Polaris directly overhead at a 90-degree angle is the true geographic North Pole. You know, that place where no one ventures. And that's why they invented the tilt. They tell us that Earth's true geographic North Pole is...
Yeah, that's true. So they're saying that the only true place you can see Polaris is from the North Pole, but no one's allowed to go to the North Pole.
Tilting directly at Polaris. And as the Earth spins on its little axis, Polaris appears to remain fixed. They tell us that the star's steadfast nature is an optical illusion. But their lies fall apart swiftly when you consider that the entire constellation system of the stars above remain constant. We always see the same stars and constellations. If Earth was spinning on its axis while orbiting the sun, and the sun was zooming through our galaxy, which is also moving in a bigger universe, would the precession of the equinox really be that predictable? Would the constellations of the tropic circles of latitude really appear with such consistency in union year after year at the solstice, or would it appear a bit more random? They are liars, and we all know that water does not lie. Resting water does not curve or convex. For you see, the satanic controllers are masterminds of reverse engineering. The celestial zodiac ecliptic dial is not a stereographic projection. The entire heliocentric model is reverse engineered science, and they had to start at Polaris and trace their steps back to ensure they justified its fixed, immovable position and made sure it was compatible with their globe. The Prague astronomical clock has been altered drastically over the last 200 years. It suffered fires, been restored and altered. And you can see that here in the way the projection of the Earth behind the clock.
I'm just trying to let it play so I can move on. We got 15 minutes left.
Has changed over time from a flat map to a bulging, unsightly sphere. But look.
I love these clocks, though. I really do. These clocks are fucking cool. I've never seen one in real life, but I think they're real.
When you align the ecliptic dial with the map of our greater realm, then this all starts to make sense. The zodiac constellations appear distorted, despite all having 5 equal subsections, because our location is limited within a portion of the greater realm, and this governs our observational perspective of the stars. The shape of this dial has nothing to do with an axial tilt. It is designed this way to reflect our known world within this.
Oh, I get it. So he's not saying it's round. He's not saying it's round at all. He's saying it's like a backwards mirror, and it's just projecting it, and we can't see the other side of the moon, so it's just a reflection. It's not a. Yeah, I get it. I get it now.
This magnetic field pocket. The realm is much larger, and therefore the firmament and circumference of the fixed stars in the water beyond is much larger than the circumference of our own magnetic field. Polaris is here, above the center, and this is so important. They tell us that our magnetic North Pole is separate from what they call true geographic north. Our magnetic North Pole is moving. How can that be? Is that just another one of their lies? No, it is not. It is a half-truth. They tell us over the course of a century, the magnetic North Pole has moved from its location just above Canada to near Greenland and is now en route to Siberia. It is moving fast. Why? The symbol of the swastika and the black sun offer some clues as to why. For years now, flat earthers have come to see the magnetic North Pole and geographic North Pole as synonymous, but they are not. As you know, the swastika symbolizes the vortex, but the black sun takes its symbolic message further. The central core circle here represents the iron core, the black sun, or what the fictional Mercator called the Rupes Nigra. But look closer. There is another ring outside of the central core. Remember, the black sun is the energetic core inside of the vortex. And remember also that in the heliocentric model, they acknowledge that the Earth's core is a solid iron sphere, but there also exists an outer core of molten iron liquid. They also tell us that this liquid outer core is responsible for producing our moving magnetic field and poles. This is why the pole is moving, because the magnetic field is not emanating from the solid core, but from a volatile outer core. This is what the second circle here represents. And like everything heliocentric related, all you need to do is apply common sense and flatten the curve, and things start to make sense. There is not a spherical outer core, but some kind of electromagnetic coil, perhaps even made of molten iron, surrounding the central solid core. At the core, we have a vortex opening, but the actual volatile energetic source is beneath. The central core is akin to a central clock dial. It's solid and remains fixed, and everything else moves around it. But it is also the keystone responsible for this entire movement. Everything surrounding our world moves. The stars above move, the sun and the moon, and the electromagnetic outer core under us, and all the while the land itself and central solid core remain stationary. And not only does this outer core move and take our magnetic North Pole with it, but it is highly likely that it moves in accordance with the precession of the equinox. in time with the stars above as they move from their fixed positions, which means that it probably moves 30 degrees of the realm's circumference every 2,160 years. The North Magnetic Pole is slowly moving, and it is as natural as the sun and moon's concentric journey above us. And this is why the symbol of the black sun is a 12-spoked wheel. Each spoke represents a fixed constellation of the zodiac. Each section is an individual age. And the result is a situation like this. Every 2,160 years, our North Magnetic Pole circles the inner solid core and vortex by 30 degrees. This is why the pole has moved from Canada and is en route to Siberia. It is traversing the outer central circle, or what is more appropriately termed the magnetic circle. We live inside of a perfect clock, inside of God's clock. The sun and moon circle our magnetic North Pole, which is situated roughly at the center of our known world's landmass. But this magnetic North Pole circles the inner vortex and completes a full revolution every 25,920 years, or what is referred to as a great year. Each great year consists of 12 precessional or astronomical ages of 2,160 years each. We are on the cusp of entering the age of Aquarius, and this is why our magnetic North Pole is en route to Siberia. As the North Magnetic Pole circumvents the central magnetic circle, the toroidal magnetic field moves with it. The sun and moon are bound in their revolution by our magnetic North Pole. And because of this, they move within our magnetic toroidal field only. This is why
I'm like paying attention to this so much I forgot that I was even like streaming. I'm interested. I just want to see what he's trying to say. I'm trying to grasp it in my head, you know?
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's really deep. It's a really deep shit here.
It is. I gotta let it play all the way through, and then we can talk about it.
You gotta absorb it.
Yeah, exactly. If I keep stopping it, I won't understand what he's trying to say.
I watched that whole 7-hour video.
The pole will always be the center of our known world. As I said before, the first image of the landmass presented in the moon's face is likely akin to an X-ray image and has not captured any water mass. And because of this, it has only recorded the areas of our realm with high density, such as the land. In the same way, an X-ray image will capture the parts of our bodies with the highest density, like the bone, but not the blood in our veins. In a sense, it is appropriate to view the landmass captured here as skeletal. And because of this, it has not captured the water or ocean surrounding our land, nor does it display a differentiation between the frozen landmass and that which is not frozen. If the sun's concentric journey above us is bound by the North Magnetic Pole here and its magnetic toroidal field, and this entire magnetic field is moving with the pole, then it is likely we have a situation of a changing climate as this process unfolds. All areas outside of our magnetic field will inevitably be frozen and dark due to the lack of sunlight. And this is consistent with what some of the scriptures have told us. I saw the great rivers, and I came to the great river, and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter.
That gave me chills, dude. This is from Enoch. I haven't read Enoch yet. I saw the great rivers, and I came to the great river, into the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. So he saw the great rivers, and he came to the great river. then to the great darkness, where it's dark, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of darkness of winter, which sounds like Antarctica.
This is your ice wall, and it's not a constant fixed wall. It is continually melting and refreezing with the revolution of the pole over the course of a great year and each astronomical age. Do you now understand why they are terrified of the ice melting, of our Earth supposedly heating up, and why this demonic joke of a man wants to dim the sun? They are using natural climate change due to the rotation of the magnetic pole to justify a whole host of useless measures and money laundering. They are terrified because they are on the verge of losing all control of the narrative. We must save the precious Antarctica from melting, the last unspoiled place on Earth. But as you can see, there is no landmass for us to call Antarctica. It is a complete lie. When they refer to Antarctica, there is only the Antarctic Circle, and a lot of the footage at the so-called Antarctica could have been taken at any location around this circle. As you can also see, the land masses of South America, New Zealand, and Australia all fall within close proximity to the outer edge of the greater world map, and would therefore be within close proximity to the foundations of the firmament itself. This is most likely the reason there is heavy military presence in these regions. The changing climate, the melting of the Antarctic Circle, is as natural as day and night. It is a macro process of the larger clock we live within. We have already discussed how the constellations that the sun is in during the equinox and solstice form a cross on the zodiac wheel when signaling the age and tropic designation. We'll look closer at the Prague clock again. The central dial of the clock is placed within the center of our magnetic field, and the sun and moon move within this field. Our magnetic field is off center from the overall greater realm. It isn't an even cross, but a true cross, or what is now referred to as a Latin cross or crucifix. We live within the crossbeam of the cross. And in case you...
Boom, baby. I like that. I like that part. So according to these clocks that represent the sky, like they say, and everything, these are the astrological clocks. These are the first clocks that came before the real clocks that they gave us now. You know, that's the center of the cross, dude. And that's where we live.
You hadn't noticed, our magnetic field pocket within the greater realm also forms a crescent moon. Not the type of crescent moon associated with the alchemical mercury and silver, but this kind of crescent moon. The same symbol that the controllers appropriated and redesignated to represent nobility. The cross and crescent are natural expressions inherent in the workings of the timepiece we live within. They are natural expressions of God's clock. And we got it wrong. Polaris is not situated 90 degrees above our north magnetic pole, in the region we call the Arctic, home to Greenland and Iceland. Polaris rests above the vortex at the center of the greater realm. And this is where the distinction between geographic cardinal directions and magnetic directions needs to be emphasized. When we travel across our known world, or the land within our toroidal magnetic field, we use a magnetic compass, and the magnetic pole is in the center. That's why when we travel from west to east, we go in a circle, and when we travel north, we go towards the center, and when traveling south, we move directly away from the center. However, there also exist geographic cardinal points. And what do the scriptures have to say about this? It's right there in Enoch's reference to the 4 quarters of the world. Our magnetic field, according to Enoch, lies in the geographic north of the greater realm. And the first quarter is called the
I see shapes like this on a lot of the buildings and a lot of the architecture too.
east, because it is the first. And the second, the south, because the Most High will descend there. And the west quarter is named the diminished. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. First of them is for the dwelling of men. The second contains seas of water, the abysses and forests and rivers, and darkness and clouds. And the third part, the garden of righteousness. The vortex is in the center of the realm, or what is more appropriately termed true north. The X-ray image of the land on the moon map does not display this vortex, but as discussed, it is present in the second image of the
Hey, Ray,
firmament.
am I supposed to be seeing a video?
Of the
What?
Am I supposed to be seeing a video on here or something?
I don't know. You should be seeing it, but where are you?
I
what are you
just
on
see
your
a
phone?
moon. All I see is a moon.
Yeah. It's still images. It just goes. It goes. Is it changing or is it just staying on one image?
No, it's just a big moon.
Yeah, that's what it is. He's just talking about it. It's almost.
Yeah, and I see your late night live logo.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that too.
We see it reflected. The navel of the world. It could be that the garden of righteousness that Enoch refers to, and what is also known as Hyperborea, is located right where Sturgios has plotted it. But this land is not the true north or central vortex. That can only exist in the center. And as stated before, there is some curvilinear distortion present in the composite image on the moon's
Curvilinear distortion. That's what that is. Curvilinear distortion. It's not curved. It's flat. It just looks like it. Like it's curvilinear distortion. You see, curvilinear distortion.
I catch that. That it just looks like it's curved.
I have used my little colorful map here strictly for illustrative purposes. I am not a map maker, but I did attempt to smooth some of this distortion out. Let's hope Sturgios tackles the distortion. And in both my quick attempt and the actual moon map, we do see a body of land right in the center, right here. Perhaps this is the garden of righteousness, surrounding the central vortex. And perhaps Enoch's reference to it being located in our northern quarter is because it can only be accessed from within this quarter. Who knows? It is likely that the controllers deliberately put Hyperborea at the Arctic in the fraudulent maps to throw anyone of a curious and adventurous nature off track. If someone set out to find true north using these maps, they would fail. And because of the distinction between magnetic and geographic direction, finding true north would be a monumental feat, even without their deceptions. If anyone wanted to truly journey to the center of our greater realm, they would have a very hard time, and they would need to forsake the compass altogether. If the geographic south of our magnetic field is down here, with the lands usually associated with south, then the central vortex of the greater realm falls within our geographic north. But we would not be able to reach it with the compass pointed north. It is not located at our north magnetic pole. If you use a compass to travel north, you will end up traveling here. If the South Pole is the entire Antarctic Circle...
I love it. I love it. I love it. So basically, north is south, south is north. They don't even get us. They don't even fucking tell us the right direction. You know what I'm saying? They're just fucking us all around every which way.
Then to travel to the true north, you would need to go south. But even then, this would most likely fail. If the center is made of iron, then at some point it would supersede the southern magnetic pole of our magnetic field. If by chance you were lucky to head in the direction of true north, then the compass would most likely fail altogether due to the iron core. As the mysterious text, the Inventio Fortunata, states, here the ship's compass loses its property, and no vessel with iron on board is able to get away. The only way to get to true north is by celestial navigation via Polaris, a skill set that has been generally eradicated from common knowledge. And I bet these oceans are heavily guarded. We will be returning to magnetic fields later in our journey. And we really need to reappropriate the definition of the word planet. Planet, a smaller subsection or fraction of a much larger plane. Time is ticking, viewer. You are wondering why I brought you into this dark forest. Why is all of this important?
Hold on, I gotta let someone in. Bill Miller's here.
Ray.
Hey, what's up, Bill?
Ray, how's it going, man?
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
We're getting intense tonight, dude. We're getting into it. We
see
still got
that.
18 people here.
That's awesome, man. I love EWAR.
Yeah. Have you been watching it?
Yeah.
This is about to end.
Oh,
I'm just gonna
sure.
play the last 4 minutes.
Because once upon a reset, the established timeline is a lie. We cannot begin to map our revised timeline unless we start plotting it in accordance with the greater realm we inhabit. We need to apply the astronomical clock, the ages, to get closer to some kind of clarity. We are not out of the forest yet. And can you feel it yet? The entire matrix is starting to crumble. Everything we've ever learned, everything we've ever relied upon to shape our understanding of the realm we temporarily inhabit is now unreliable. And all we are left with is our own eyes. And all we see over and over again is water always seeking its flat level. We see structural remains that those in the history books could not have built. And we see a great evil multiplying. We only have our eyes. And old photographs.
You just can't get away from it, Bill.
Moments captured in time. The act of photography. The art of juxtaposition. Of comparison and contrast. We are so small. Our world in the mirror. Where are the maps of the age of Pisces? Where has our history gone? And what has become
I'm not
of
hearing
us
anything.
now? Are we that different to those we see in the 19th century? Look at us, desperately searching for lost time. Our boots caked in mud. Our entire days spent digging through the deception. Digging and moving the mud. Frantically digging. Tired and aching, but not giving up. And what do we find? The same things that our ancestors of the 19th century found. Glimmers of glory, of beauty, of pain. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's showing some awesome pictures right now. I would stop it, but I just want to get through it. I've been
Yeah,
watching
yeah,
it. This
yeah.
has been going for an hour and 35 minutes now.
wonder that remains stubbornly silent, offering no explanation for its existence or how it came to be. Old photographs and such glory. I haven't shown you just how impossible these structures are yet. The only thing these people have ever built It's the lie, brick by brick. And I need to show you how they did it. Our world in the mirror, once upon a reset. There have been many great resets during our realm's history, all very different in nature. We need to look at all of them. How
Look at
to
that.
reset.
Look at that. That's from obviously what, the Spanish flu, probably, right?
Yeah, I did a
Look.
really good film on that. Yeah.
And it says it's look at the sign he has.
Yeah.
I don't even know if we can really talk about it right now.
Yeah.
And look, no sticking out. No
Yeah.
sticking out.
What I found was, yeah, go ahead.
Wind back the clock.
Fuck it.
The death and dawn of a new age. This was not the first reset, nor is it the last. It is happening again right now. Empty cities, such quietness. There is a war going on back home, viewer, and most haven't even realized. A peculiar and irregular type of war. Silent warfare, information warfare, biological warfare. A war as old as time itself. A war between the forces of light and those of darkness. And we're caught in the middle, on the cusp of the dawning of a new age. A war for Aquarius, the water bearer. Watch the water. And for us who fell in love with the truth and who have resisted the darkness, we've had the armor of God on now for so long. How many of your friends and
I like that. Look at that. That represents the armor of God, that symbol right there that he has on, you think? I don't know. I never really looked closely at the symbology on these things, dude. On the
So much detail.
On the suit, huh? Yeah. That's
I mean,
crazy.
why would they go to such measures?
I know, right? If they were just gonna get hacked up in it,
Right.
I don't know. Maybe it was like for style.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
it was tech.
I think it was like a electric field blocker. You know, they would wear these suits when they would have those battles with the electric swords. Like that's how they got the name Knight, because they would do it at night because they lit up. I think it was an electromagnetic field protector.
So there is some truth to the lightsaber thing too on Star Wars.
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
wow.
Yep.
family have deserted you? How many of them left you stuck in the mud? And you've remained steadfast. But it's time we took a stand and became very loud. It's time to draw the sword of truth. The blind are going to need us because nothing can stop what is coming. The legend of Offerus, bearing Christ, bearing the truth so it can reach the masses. I will try my best to continue our journey, but as things become even darker, the lights will inevitably go out, and our journey may end here. But you have more than you know, more than you need. You've seen enough deception. Do not believe a single thing they say. We have to try and keep moving. The clock is ticking, and we don't have much time. We need to go to Siberia. There is something frozen in the ice that needs examining.
All right, Iwa. This is where you're gonna go to Siberia, and we're gonna go a different direction. But thank you. So let me just get rid of this for a second. Can we come back in? Oh, Jenny's back.
Yeah, the
Real
maps
quick,
are
Jenny
all...
has a moon map too. This is Oh, I don't have it here. All right, I'll bring it up. I know where it is. Yeah, Jenny has a picture of her moon map. Oh, no, not there either. Oh, I'm stumbling. Oh, it's in my downloads.
You know, on the
Yeah,
old
so what were you saying,
maps,
Bill?
on the old maps, is my audio good?
Yeah.
Right? Good?
I think
Good
so.
audio?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the old maps, the Atlantic Ocean was
I'm on my tablet
the
now.
North Sea, and the Pacific was the South Sea, right? So
Yeah.
everything's kind of turned. Like the Atlantic was the North. Why would they call it the North Sea, right? The entire Atlantic was the North Sea, and the Pacific was always referred to as the South Sea. Somehow they switched it to like South Pacific and North Atlantic to throw people off, but it was in the beginning. I mean, it was North and South Sea.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. So heading, you'd have to go east to go north, I think. The
So they
maps
just
are
fucking did-
yeah.
And it's because, and it makes sense. But how does he know that it takes like all that time to go all the way around? And he figured all that out. Dude, where did he get that knowledge?
Well, I mean, it's kind of hidden. It's kind of hidden in the architecture, and it's hidden in literature.
The astronomical clocks. That's why the mud flood's important. That's why the mud flood research in the old world research.
Yeah, that picture
the meltology.
Yep, the picture he showed of Rome that was buried in mud. Yeah, Rome was devastated. I mean, I've seen depictions where it looks like the buildings have been melted, and it also looks like they've been buried. But then there's also buildings that are perfect right next to them. It's really weird, you know.
You've been making a lot of videos lately, man. I noticed the other day you had like 7 new videos. It was a lot. I don't know if it was 7, but it was like a whole bunch in one day, like 2 days.
Yeah.
And even the next morning at like 4 or 5, another one popped up. I was like, how many videos has he made? So
I've been going at it, Ray. I got 2 computers set up for editing. So the download part is the kind of the time consuming part. I mean, creating them is time consuming, but I really enjoy that part. So like on this other computer, I'm waiting for because I use large files so as I get the better quality. So it takes a long time to.
My computer can't do it yet.
Yeah, man.
I'll get there.
I had no idea how to do computers until these used ones that I bought showed up, and they didn't have the parts that I ordered. So I had to figure out how to stick like graphics cards and add SSDs and stuff.
I noticed I watched one of your videos, one of your latest ones, and it was like the video was high quality. So all the videos you're using are high quality now, which is good. Before you were using them too, but you're stumbling on a good high quality footage lately.
Yeah. I think just like going through them at the pace that I do, it just kind of really shapes the creativity, and I'm just letting it flow.
What's the coolest, newest video you've made? You want to play it? Play one of your videos.
Oh, well, okay. Let's see.
It's not like I got in. I mean, I think they're getting sick of hearing about the moon being a map by now. I've kind of drilled it through. We'll get back to it on another episode when I go into it more in depth. But I want to switch gears. I don't really want to go on about this moon map any longer. I mean, I think I've showed enough about it for now. I'm going to show some Mandela effect videos too. I got a cool one, not mine, but I've been showing them. Different people's. But we've got the it's a Mandela flood episode. Yeah, Mandela flood.
So when I'm creating these films, like the kind of the direction has changed a little bit, because I'm looking for quality vintage home movies, and then but then I also see signs, in the film of like, I see signs of mud flood, I see signs of meltology. It's just all there, and that's kind of why I'm going through it, because I think it helps people that are kind of new to it. Like they enjoy the films, so they're kind of attracted to the films. But then, if the conversation starts up, then I can kind of broaden it from there and get,
And none of us have all the answers. And I get a lot of good information. A lot of good information from the subs, dude. From the subscribers. They tell me,
dude, for sure,
me a shitload.
So when I play, can I talk over it? Can I talk, or do we just have to?
You can do whatever you.
I mean, do you hear me when I play it? Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, you got to like lower the sound or something.
Okay. Yeah, this one.
Or pause it when.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. So this one. Let me know if you hear it. you
I
hear
can hear
it?
it.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear it. The mound builders, right? Are those mound builders?
Yeah.
I've been looking at them too lately, Bill. That's funny that we're both looking at the same. I was looking at them on my own too.
Yeah, I mean, the Americas are an ancient civilization. I mean, people have been here for thousands of years. I came across this film footage of a family vacation from 1950. I just loved it because the film footage was really good, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think people can connect with this, you know, and broaden the conversation. But I'm kind of shaping my skills on how to edit old films, you know. So I'm just going for it, you know. I'm throwing somebody. One of my subscribers wrote and said, "Look at the pole. Look at the aerials on top. They thought that they were lit up, you know. They thought that they thought
Yeah, they could. I could
why
see
are
where they would light up.
Yeah, they're like, are those poles lit up? And I'm like, you know, I didn't even notice that. But I mean, they do kind of, I mean, especially with the cloud in the background, it's still, I don't
If
know.
it was,
just like,
it could be some sort of prism glass or something
Yeah.
where the light's shining through and lighting it up.
yeah. I mean, Hawaii, look how they build things in Hawaii, you know? It's just, this architecture's everywhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say this reminds me of the architecture in Chinatown in Boston. I'm gonna go down there and start filming some of the buildings. They look like this. Some of
Yeah.
them.
And you know, there's a very strong Asian culture that you see in Hawaii, and then even on some of the older maps, Japan really isn't that far off the California coast. They've just got us kind of fooled that it's far away, but I think that the connection to the Asian culture is a lot closer than we've been told.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, just imagine, I mean, this could be a scene from 500 years ago, you know? I mean, I think that people have been here for hundreds and hundreds of years, you know? I mean,
Yeah, it looks nice though. The beach.
yeah. I wish I had that lifestyle.
I went to the beach like that once in Dominican Republic. It was like that. It was nice.
No way,
I
really?
I went to Dominican Republic twice. Yeah, twice I've been down there.
Just a vacation?
Yeah, vacation. Punta Cana. Punta Cana is the name of the beach.
Wow.
And it's nice like that, kind of. It's immaculate. There's no rocks. Everything's clean. They clean everything off the beach. All the shells, all the rocks. They use them to make necklaces and stuff like that. Like everything's gone. Everything's used.
This architecture just keeps coming up, though. I mean, where's this influence coming from? I mean, that thing could have been there for much, much longer, you know? Maybe it got buried in the flood and they had to dig it out, and, you know.
It's weird how they have this type of architecture on their little small islands.
No shit. I mean, it's so weird.
It's everywhere.
And then we got waterfalls at high elevations.
Yeah.
I mean, is it an appealing film? I mean, it's nice. I hope.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm checking it out. I like the colors. And I like
the
how,
colors. Yeah, man, the
it
colors.
has the style of it. It has your films have their own like style to them.
Yeah.
You know, like it's a Bill Miller flip Hawaii film.
That's
you know what I mean? you could tell that Bill Miller Flip made it. You know, it's your type of stuff.
Man, I love hearing that.
I got the feel for it. I can tell where you're going with this.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's, you know, to somebody who's not in the community, you know, it's still, I hope to reach people, you know, and then if they reach out to me, then I can kind of broaden the conversation.
Yeah. And you never know, like the more different things you make films about, the more chances your channel will pop up for people too.
Exactly,
So,
man. I mean,
something happens in Hawaii, all of a sudden people start searching Hawaii, boom, there you go.
Yeah.
Your channel will start popping up.
I've been getting a lot of comments from new people, like they're just isn't it? I mean, it's fun to watch.
People are finding us. People are finding us now, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing. Things are starting to go good for us. I had a feeling this was going to happen if we just stuck it out. It seemed like YouTube got really tough for a little while on us.
Yes.
But now it seems like it might. I hope it's getting easier. I hope it is. I hope they don't start cracking the whip again.
No, I think we're doing good. You know, defeating the Al Gore rhythm section. You know, I think that's part of it. I think we can be kind of clever. And do our own little Al Gore rhythm section.
I think it's when you've been here for so long. Like I was gonna say, like you work all day, I work all day. Me and you.
Yeah.
Some days we talk, and some days we don't even have time. And then other days, I can tell you're working your ass off because I'll be getting done with my stream at like 4 or 5 in the morning, and you got videos coming up at that time. So you were up all night. You were up all night working too while I was working.
Yeah.
We both neither one of us are getting paid, and we're all day. I'm in this research all day looking at stuff. We're even looking at the same. You're looking at mound builders, and I was looking at mound builders. I have the pictures on my phone, and it's like we work our asses off in this community. So we learned the algorithms and everything. Now we learned what we can and can't say, and it's like it's weird how they'll just let you get away with some stuff that is close. Like, you could say things close to what you can't say, but you gotta walk a fine line. And then sometimes they still get you, and it's not your fault. Sometimes they still get you on something that you were unaware of, or they change the guidelines. That's what they do to me. They change the guidelines overnight, and then they're like, "We have new guidelines," you know?
Yeah. My latest challenge is the music selection. Like, I go to a good extent to get a good soundtrack. And then, you know, they might snag me for like 1 or 2 songs, you know, like, which it's not a big deal, but like, if there's one song that's copyrighted, then, you know, you can't generate revenue on that particular film because the revenue goes to the copyright holder. So I'm actually generating money for the other people, right?
Because they put the ads on your video, so it's like they took your your stuff. So
my goal is to find, I know when I hear something, I know that it's gonna work, but the goal is to kind of find stuff that's not copyrighted. So it doesn't hurt to generate a little income. That 3D architectural film that I did, like from the 1930s. It was the 3D printing.
No, I don't think I've seen it. You want to show it?
If you want. I mean, I mean, I mean, that's my I've actually made like $10 on that one so far.
Nice.
Yeah.
So at least something paid off. I mean, it's worth it. Paid, I mean, I lose money doing this, Bill. I paid. Well, people have been helping me out a little bit this past, donating and stuff. And I sold a T-shirt last night. Shout out to Joe K. Joe K bought the first. Thank you, Joe K, for your support. Joe K bought the first Mudflood support. Mudflood Boston Ray original, I think, design. We'll see how it comes out.
It's a good feeling, right?
Yeah, it's a good feeling because it shows that people believe in you, and it shows that you're not going unnoticed, and people are appreciating your work, But either way, I would be out here doing this.
Yeah, so when you see the videos coming up at like 4 or 5, it means that I like started to download something, and when I'm late and I go to bed, when I go to bed and it's still downloading, I can't stop thinking, I'm like, I gotta kind of like just let it do its thing. But then sometimes I'll wake up after a couple hours and come in and find that it's done, and that's when I upload it. So I found this film from like 100 years ago, and they were doing they were doing 3D architectural printing 100 years ago. So they look at the landscape behind them.
That's kind of my theory, that they 3D printed everything, maybe.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Look, I mean, just imagine this on a grander scale. Like, these guys in 100 years ago figured this out. Imagine the old world and their technology. Just imagine it like supersized.
So this is from 100 years ago, but it's in color. What did they colorize it?
No, this isn't colorized. I would say no, because I can kind of tell when they've colorized it, but I mean, I could be wrong, but it doesn't have.
That's crazy. How do they do it?
Well,
do they have?
I think
100 years ago, 1920s.
Yeah, well, this is 1930, so it's almost 100 years ago. We'll just say 90 something, but.
Oh, so they had color. They had color by then.
I think the history of the camera is in question. I think that the camera, it's not like a super technical thing. I think that the camera could have been around for much longer. Look at this footage from 100 years ago.
And that's a trip too, because like it makes me wonder this, Bill. It makes me wonder if they had these films, and like, because before we started doing this research, we never seen films from 100 years ago that were in color. No. Every film we would see was old. Like from the 50s, it would look black and white and shitty, right? So what do they have these in a stash? And now that we're getting more technologically advanced, they're like, all right, we'll release the 100-year-old photos that are in color now.
Yeah, like they kind of Mandela effect them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they just kind of stash away technology and then kind of reintroduce it when it's time, because after everybody's forgotten about it from 100 years ago, and then they reintroduce it as new again. But these guys are just having a blast, So I get this particular film, the music selection that I picked, it made it through the algorithm section, and everything's cool. And when I go and check the analytics, this one's made me $10 so far.
Nice.
Yeah.
Not bad.
And I'm a small channel, even though I'm monetized, I mean, it just depends. It just depends on the video, like it's okay if I put music that's copyrighted in a film. It just means that I'm not able to monetize that particular video, So it just depends. It varies from video to video.
I'm working on getting to the point, Bill, where I'm going to make all my own music for everything. I'm going to make my own rap music. I'm going to make my own everything. I'm getting set up for it. I need to be able to hook the guitar up into the computer to really make it sound good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need a Derringer. Is that what they call it? Derringer? Not a Derringer.
I'm not sure.
I think it's Behringer with a B.
What is it? A soundboard or?
No, it's something. It's something that hooks up to the computer that you plug the guitar in. Because like when I play the guitar here at night, it's way too loud for them. So if I had it plugged into the computer, they wouldn't even be able to hear it. You guys would only hear it, and that's it. And me through the headphones.
Yeah.
I'm working on setting up my studio. It's still but I can record things now. I can record raps. I can produce music the way I have it set up. I'm going to be working on some songs.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one little thing at a time,
Yeah. That's what I was explaining to people last night. Like, I've reached out to all the musicians. Well, not all of them yet, but I've reached out to a lot of musicians in the community. I said, look, I need music, because it's going to take a whole community of musicians, not just me. I can make a few songs here and there, but I ain't gonna come up with music like that every day. I need help from the musicians in the community to hook me up with some music to play during shows, play during Bill too. Hook Bill up with some music, some copyright free music, man. Hook us up.
Yes,
we need
please.
it. Yeah.
I had a local, I guess word's kind of getting around Milwaukee about the film, so people have been reaching out. Like I had a local musician who's like one of the more famous musicians in Milwaukee, and he offered like a whole catalog of music. He's like, yeah. I said, yeah, bring it on over. Yeah. He says it's just sitting there, and the guy like they had one guy that knew how to edit and put songs together in the computer, and I guess he died, and now nobody knows how to do the editing because I guess they're like a little older than me. They're kind of like baby boomers, so they don't, you know how the stereotype goes with baby boomers. They don't, but so they're just like, I'm like, yeah, I just need your software and the songs,
Yeah.
I mean, I'll figure it out. I can figure stuff out.
Yeah, that's what I need. I just need music, and I'll add it to everything that I do. I just figure out places to put it and fit it within the show, because like it takes a lot to run these streams and to run a channel and to do the research and then to make your own videos like you do. I mean, I haven't even. I'm going to MIT either tomorrow or the next day. I'm going into the tunnels under Boston, and I'm filming it, and I'm getting some of my own content. But it's tough to have my own content every single night, dude. It's tough.
Yeah.
I mean, I try.
No, I feel you, man. It's tough.
I sleep during the day now because I'm up all night doing this. I barely have any time. Next thing I know, it's time for Late Night Live again. It's like the Truman Show.
Right.
But I'm enjoying it. Things are starting to go good. I'm getting new subs. Thank you to all the new subs. I got my Nightbot in there kicking ass. So.
Yeah, I set mine up, but I guess I'm not really aware. I went live yesterday. I did a 2-hour live stream, and
you know what you got to do?
What?
You got to put the Nightbot into the moderator box. You got to copy the link and paste it, and then you got to press enter. You got to press enter, and then the Nightbot link. And then the Nightbot pops up. Yeah, when you first. All right, you go to where it says part your channel.
Yeah.
You know what you go to nightbot.net or whatever, and if you go, you enter, you log in with your YouTube channel, and then at the top it'll say, like, because you already put Nightbot on your channel, right? So it'll say something, a button where it says part. You click part, it takes them off your channel. You put them back on your channel again, and then a link pops up.
Okay.
When the link pops up, you just copy and paste it into your YouTube dashboard, into your moderators, into your where your moderators are, right?
Yeah.
But this is what happens when you paste it in. It comes up as a link. So if you just try to save it like that and leave, it's not going to save. You paste it in as a link, and you press the enter key.
Enter.
Enter key, and then it looks like Nightbot, like a mod. It shows his picture, and then you click on Nightbot. And he pops into the moderator, and you got to put him as an approved user on your channel, too. Put him in the moderator and the approved user box, and then press save. Make sure you save it.
Yeah,
that's how you set him up.
And then so you can like activate Nightbot during the live stream, and it does stuff for you, like it does links and stuff.
Don't mess with any of the aliases well, you can if you can figure it out, but I just set it up normal so it'll work, and you can set up timers and you can set up commands, but like watch, if I go like this, he'll put in my BitChute link. Like, look, there's ways to make him so he can talk to people. Oh, hold on, I wasn't there. I wasn't in the chat. But yes, there's ways to make them talk to people, like and answer questions. And there's a command to make them tell you the weather. You can put the weather in your area, and he'll give it to you. Look,
okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it, but like if I put BitChute, watch in a minute, he'll come in and he'll put my BitChute link. See, there he is. I can give him commands. I don't know how to do the. I set him up with a bunch of commands the wrong way.
Yeah.
And then what happened? You know, dude. That's so
What?
weird.
What?
I don't see you on the screen, but I can hear you.
I'm down in the lower corner on my screen, I guess. I
But, you know,
said,
I'm
"Oh, maybe did I?" No, I didn't.
You
I
stopped
just
screen
stopped
sharing.
I stopped screen sharing. Is all.
It's
So
a
what
glitch. It's a glitch. Maybe I don't know. Turn off your camera and turn it back on. Maybe.
All
See
right,
what happens.
all right. Let's see.
I'm gonna remove you and put you back in and see what happens.
There we go.
There you go. Boom, baby, we're back. Yeah, you didn't have to. The custom house.
Yeah.
You see my late night. You see my late night live logo up there, Bill.
Yeah,
Up at the top.
Look at that.
It looked cool. It looked cool when you were screen sharing.
Yeah.
Your face was in there under the dome from your
Oh,
channel.
was it?
And when
Was it?
when I was screen sharing, right? My Mudfoot Adventures was in there. So
Uh-huh.
it's like we could just screenshot it and it'll be like Bill and Ray under the dome under Late Night Live. It'll look cool.
Dude.
Yeah, I gotta
Yeah.
try to get Sinjman
I'll-
to do that.
I'll have to watch it on the replay. Here's my backup
Yeah,
cam.
We're gonna make it bigger too. Oh yeah, that's cool. You got two. That's
Yeah.
cool. So you got the side. You got the side view.
Yeah, this is the setup.
That's nice.
This
I'm
is
gonna
my
get my setup like that too. You got the spit guard on your mic right there.
Yeah,
That's why you sound
yeah.
so. That's why you sound so crisp and clear all the time. I need.
Does
one
it
of those.
sound clear? Does it sound clear? Because
I love those. Yeah, those things are awesome. I used to have one called the Shark. It's like
Yeah.
$250. They're expensive.
You know,
Some
I
of them.
I know. I
You
watched.
can use a sock. You can use a
Yeah.
sock, Bill.
I even got a little screen. I noticed when I did the live stream with Martin, I watched it on the replay, and I was hearing myself doing some pop. I was getting some popping sounds. So it's just kind of
Yeah.
I don't have to get so close to it. I just gotta kind of stay back and
What was it?
just.
What was I about to share? I was about to share something, wasn't I? I just lost my train of thought. Did I say it? I forgot what I said. Like 10 seconds ago.
There was a
Well, we just-
dome. The dome over.
Oh
in
yeah.
the-
Oh
in the
yeah. Here
screen
we
share.
go.
Yeah.
All right, boom, baby. All right, give me a second. So, Sinjman made the new Late Night Live logo. We've been waiting. At the beginning of our show, how it said, it still says it, but it said Late Night logo idea.
Yeah.
But that's because we didn't really have a logo yet, right? So
Mhm.
let me see if I can get to my channel. And so we've been doing good with the t-shirts. We sold one t-shirt, but
It's
but
such a good feeling. Yeah.
It is a good feeling. But I've been making a ton of shit. Overnight, I made a bunch of late because we have so many different logos. Look at all this new shit that I made. We have so much Late Night Live shit now. Merchandise. I shouldn't call it shit, but it is. It's a bunch of shit. So look, when we get my screen up, I just want to show you the new logos. Sinjman made a bunch of them, dude. Bunch of logos.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
during my
add it to the weekend.
in my live stream yesterday, I shouted out Sinjman. Because I played that Baltimore film, the one that was the Great Fire of Baltimore, where the cigarette fell through the broken pavement glass and burned down the whole city.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, but he and I
Yeah,
collaborated.
It's
on
amazing.
That. He did the graphics for it, where he did the graphics where you see the butt falling into the glass and it falls down, and then the compartment below bursts into flames. Yeah, I said anybody that needs graphics, head over to Sinjman.
Yeah, he's been really working his butt off lately with the graphics, man. Look at this.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna love this stuff. Oh, I mean, it just looks really cool. I don't know if people are gonna love it. Let me see if I can. If it
Well, I mean,
shows. So
I
that's
think
my old
people.
shit.
I mean, I think people appreciate it. There's just a certain level where people commit to buying stuff. It's it's kind of a strange. It's kind of a strange thing. I'm still kind of new to it. I'd say I'm into it about 2 months, but it just feels good knowing that it's there. I don't. I just kind of check it once in a while, but you never know.
Look, we got the.
Oh yeah, those are sweet.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
Yeah.
Look, we got the Late Night Live glass. I tried to make everything a little cheaper too, because people were like complaining about the prices. So I even took like $2 or $2 off this time. So I don't think I can go back and change prices, but look.
I think you can.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
you tried it.
You can go into the
Yeah.
Teespring creator app. You can make adjustments.
You see that? So we got a baby blue one. Like
Yeah.
you can get these in any color, but look at the logo. He made me some nice logos. Let me see. Like, look, this is just a classic tee for late night live,
Yeah,
and it says don't. It says don't look. Look
Don't
at that.
sleep.
It's baby blue.
Yeah, that's a
Don't
nice.
sleep on the late. Don't sleep on the late night on the back.
That's a nice color combo.
Don't sleep on the late night.
I
Look,
think we got
then-
to we got to get our we got to start wearing our stuff. That's next.
Yeah, I'm working on getting some of my own shit. I'm just so broke
Me
I
too.
can't even afford this.
You know,
can't even
I
afford
was-
my own. Look
all
at
the
that
little
one. Look, that's nice.
I wonder if we can
But-
use the money that we earn from the t-shirt sales
To
just
buy-
to buy
to-
something.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think you can, Bill. I
Yeah.
think I seen something about it because we can order what they call a prototype.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
Yeah.
a-
I
if they give
remember
us
that.
shit.
Yeah.
So, but and we got like so you can get that like any color. That's the men's. Let me go. Let me see how to navigate this thing real quick.
It's just good to have. I mean, I don't see how it hurts. I mean, it is a way to just help support our research and our our films and our videos and our live streams. It's
I made
just it's
some
back there. If
I made
anybody's
some hoodies.
interested,
Look at the
Yeah.
new late night live sweater. That one's
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
It's a yeah. Not bad.
I like it.
Yeah.
So do you who is Singe Man doing? I mean, does he
Yeah.
send you the graphics or does he design the shirts and put them up on
No. He sends me the graphics, but
Yeah.
I used to work in clothing stores.
yeah.
I worked in retail my
Yeah.
entire life, and I know what looks good. It sounds like they're having fireworks. What is it, Juneteenth fireworks? You hear that?
Yeah.
There's fireworks going on. Oh, it's the casino, dude.
You know,
They
I
light
had
fireworks.
I had never heard of Juneteenth until I moved to Milwaukee in
Yeah.
2010, and I didn't know what it was. And then the entire area that you have to drive through to get the stuff was just packed with people. I'm like, where are all these people coming? I mean, what the hell is going on? Like the streets were just loaded with people. Like if you wanted to go somewhere, you had to go to like a mile that way, out of the way, and then a mile that way and a mile that way to get around it to go to where you were going. Because I had never heard of Juneteenth until I moved to Milwaukee.
Yeah, it hit me when I went outside, and like I said, and the trash wasn't coming up today, and I was like, "Whoa!" There's one more thing I made. The mug. Look at this. I made an all black and white mug, dude. Check this out. I got the flat mugs. I got that one too. But look at this mug. All black and white and late night live mug. This one's nice, dude.
Yeah. And that it's kind of like a video game in a way, designing this stuff. I mean, I remember being really good at video games and that skill has come in handy, at the computer, just being good at video games,
I think you can use like PayPal to order this stuff too. Like it's
Yeah.
not like it's like you could use your own like extra money. just
You know what else I did? One of my subscribers, John Patton, if you're here, much love, brother. He sent me a photograph and he had me design a custom t-shirt, so I got the photograph, I put it on the shirt, he wanted the title on the shirt that said "Question Everything," and
Mhm.
it was a old Civil War canon that the whole Civil War thing is in question. But I did a custom T-shirt for him. I'm open to that. If somebody sends me a photograph or anything, I mean, we can do custom T-shirts for people.
Yeah, me too. If you want to send me something, if you want something on a t-shirt, let me know. I'll make it for you.
Yeah.
You're right, Bill. Yeah. You got a lot of nice clothes too if you want to show yours. I mean, it's to you.
I mean, it's up to you.
Go for it. Go
Yeah,
for it.
I don't want to be a
We'll-
hog or anything.
No, go for it. Show your stuff. It's the t-shirt. It's the t-shirt section of the show, and then
Yeah,
and then I'm gonna
yeah,
play. I'm playing, and then after that, I'm gonna play a Mandela Effect video. I'll play a song. We'll take a break, and then we'll get into Mandela effects because I have a whole
All
bunch.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let me know when you got it. So
Did you see when Stavely came on here the other night, Bill?
I did not, man.
Brian Stavely came on the other night.
Is that still up? Is it
Dude,
still up?
You know, it was like I couldn't. It's on Odyssey. I'm gonna edit
Okay.
it and put it back up very soon. It's the next on my list. He
Yeah.
rapped on here. He gave dude. We were rapping. He's really cool, dude. I never met him face to face yet.
Yeah.
I don't think. I think I was on one show with him maybe before, but I don't know. I forget when it was, and I lost track of it. But other than that, he showed up here. Man, he surprised me. I didn't know he was coming. He just he popped in, and I thought it was like one. You know, I looked down to see who it is. I thought it was like Scott Levelram or like Sean Osborne over here. Like they were always here. Like, no, it was Brian Stavely. Dose of Reality popped up. I was like,
No
oh
way.
shit, yeah. They looked
Yeah.
at. I was like, it's him. I was like, oh shit. I let him on, dude. Me and MK Ultra were here. We both froze. We
Yeah.
didn't know what to do. I had a whole show and I didn't know what to show. I'm like,
I think I mean,
you want to show
he's-
anything? Like,
Well, he was
I had
on.
no idea.
I like designing these leggings. You know,
Go ahead.
So you can do these all over leggings. You know, so this one's a Giovanni Piranesi. It's all pictures of Rome that in the different states of Rome, like damaged.
Rome
and
is a trip.
Yeah.
Rome is a trip, dude. They got it flooding at the Museum of Sciences.
Yeah.
And the waters come in, and my son freaked out. I'm gonna go back and get more like a better film of that, so like we could show it on here, like the simulation of Rome flooding. I'm gonna go back and get it. Yeah, because I lost it. YouTube took it down, and it's gone.
Oh, that sucks. I did phone protectors too. Bill Miller flip.
I'm gonna make those.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make those. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm making
that
those
was fun.
tonight. That's what I'm working on. I'm picking some flat earth duck ones of those.
I like the I mean there's kind of a science to the backpacks. Like there's these different panels that you have to.
I know. I can't figure it out. I can't figure that shit out.
I mean I could help you if you. I mean I spent like
is it
hours
easy?
after
Oh,
you
it took
figure
you
it out.
hours?
I mean, you know how I am. I'm kind of picky, but
What I'm trying to figure out is the baseball caps, Bill. The baseball caps. What do they want you to do to get a fucking? Because it's embroidery. You have to like order it ahead of time or something. Because it's raised embroidery. I don't know what the fuck they're saying.
The only hats. I mean, I've done a few hats. I like the bags. People like the bags.
You got baseball caps?
I don't. I just have those kind
baseball
of
caps.
the sun hats.
I need a baseball cap. We need
Let's see if I
baseball
can
caps.
find
We need to
one.
figure that out. Yeah, the bucket hats. Those are cool.
Bucket hats, yeah.
Yeah.
I like these designs, the phenakistoscope, where it's that you know, I took still shots of you know, that film and put them on a shirt. Where are the hats?
Make sure you put your Teespring link in the chat too. Or
Okay,
someone,
all right,
Hippie,
yeah.
Hippie Shake said that our stuff is great. Hippie Shake, you're great. You don't know how much we appreciate you.
Yeah.
We probably appreciate you more than you appreciate us. We love you, Hippie Shake. You're so great in this community, helping, trying to reconnect everybody and helping
For sure.
keeping us all in the loop with each other and stuff. We need more people like Hippie Shake and Holistic too. Holistic's been holding it down too.
India, yep, she's awesome. Yeah, we've exchanged. She's one of the individuals that's bought a shirt. She bought a shirt from me. I was pretty stoked about it.
Yeah,
you know
she
how
has a cool channel.
She does.
Put Holistic's channel in there too, Hippie Shake. Put her in there. Everyone sub to her. She has 432. She
Here's
made the Flat Earth. She made the Flat Earth Anthem video that I played earlier. She made that for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got a good eye for
What
editing.
were you gonna say about that bucket hat? That looks cool. Let me see that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's cool, dude.
There's these different panels, like
That's really cool. What's that? The Black Sun?
It might be a representation of it, but it's from the phenakistoscope, the earliest form of animation. I took some still shots of it, and you have to wrap there's a panel that you wrap it around, and then there's a panel for the top section, and then there's a panel for the underside.
That would be cool to like wear if you were playing like a concert, dude.
Yeah, it's like a concert hat. You know how man, I forgot how much shit I have on here. I shouldn't call it shit, but
I do too. I don't know. I try not to make anything that's not 100% cotton. That's why I haven't.
Yeah.
I don't know about the wool socks. You know, I want everything to be legit. Like I know 100% cotton lasts. That's why they're trying to do away. They're trying to do away with it because cotton lasts forever. 100% cotton is the way to go. You don't sweat as much. When you get the polyester, it breaks. It's plastic. Polyester is just plastic fibers. They make it synthetic. They have different grades of polyester where some of it is more like cloth and some of it is really shitty and it makes your skin break out and shit. So you need like 100% cotton, dude. That's what I try to. Some of the sweatshirts aren't 100% cotton, but there's nothing you can do about it because they don't. What you gonna do about it? They don't have 100% cotton sweatshirts.
What you gonna do about it?
What you gonna do about it?
Hey, do you know where this is?
The pyramid?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it doesn't look like the one in Egypt.
It's in Rome.
What?
That's Rome.
There's a pyramid in Rome?
Yes.
It is a desert?
There's a pyramid in Rome, unless they've taken it apart. Rome, part of it was melted, part of it was buried, and then part of it's still perfect but overgrown with plants. It's really strange.
We should do a documentary on Rome. Well, let's keep it on the down low. We can't announce anything on here. We got bugs listening.
So they got perfect architecture, but the roads are just full of mud. People are trekking through the mud, and the architecture is buried.
Yeah, man. That looks like that looks like the same picture with the obelisk from Boston, where they showed them in the Boston Common, and there's like an obelisk that's dug out, and there's a big hill, and and it looks like the State House, dude, right there.
Right.
That's weird. So what is there? Every one of those dome buildings, is there an obelisk right next to it, like right in the park next door? We should look into that. What if the obelisk is connected to the dome?
Yeah, a power exchange or something.
Yeah,
and then part of Rome is still perfect, like this, and there's a giant down at the bottom of the columns. There's like a huge person standing or sitting down there, it's obviously a giant.
These clothes are really cool, dude. They're mud flood clothes, dude.
Mud flood. Yep.
Old world.
Melted. But yeah, thanks for letting me share. Yeah. I'll stop hogging the screen there.
It's fine, dude. I know. Yeah. I like to show my stuff to let people know, but I don't like to go on about it too much.
Yeah, I get.
I don't want to make my whole. I don't like making my whole show about it.
No, I don't either.
But here we go. So. We have look at this Yellow Brick Road, The Edge of Madness, Mandela Effects. Let's see. This dude's been watching this for a while. Let's see what I haven't seen this yet. I have no idea what's about to happen.
Oh, and a couple of tra-la-las. That's how we lock a day away in the video land of Oz.
It's more like chemtrail skies of Oz. For me, it looked like this. Not now. There's so many changes on this image, and I've uploaded a video or two about it. These yellow roses just popped up for me, and this fresh chemtrail spray, and a ton of new movie posters popped up for me. And look at these. The Tin Man with just his naked face. I've never seen a movie poster without his makeup. And we know how fucked up that makeup was for the first Tin Man. Maybe there's a reality stream where they never used it at all. And in this image, Judy Garland looks so different and older. But it's nice to see her as a brunette, as I recall. And now, of course, she's a redhead. And then I stumbled on this. L. Frank Baum. No, not for me.
It was Frank L. Baum.
He was Frank Baum. But not now. He was L. Frank Baum. And look at the F. I've never seen a backwards F until today. Wednesday, June 22nd, 2020. My son's pediatrician back on Maui was Frank Baum. Great guy. And he had every book that was ever written by him on his shelves and other memorabilia.
Thank you, DN.
posters.
DN bought a
He
late
loved
night shirt. Thank
Frank
you,
Baum,
DN.
And also the fact that it was his name. No relation. Only difference was the middle initial. It was not L. Frank Baum in my past. And then I see this. Look at it. Does anything look a little different or out of place to you? As most of you know, I got a bunch of videos that are down right now. 900 plus. I've spent a lot of time at newspapers.com and looked at a lot of old advertisements.
Yo, when you guys buy T-shirts and you get them, get me a picture somehow of you wearing it so I can make like a collage of everybody wearing the shirts. It would be so cool.
Look at that. I've never seen a half cent. And the first thing that popped in my head was, how the fuck do you give change for a half cent? And then I thought to myself, uh-oh.
That's weird because I used to collect coins. I never heard of a half cent. Have you, Bill? Have you ever heard of a half cent? I never did.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I have not. I've never heard of a half cent. No.
And I collect coins, and I have those old Native American pennies. I have them. Let me see. The next video is about the half cent. Let me go back before it kills me. I'm figuring out how to navigate it. Oh, I've seen a video on here about it.
Who is this guy? Who's
this is a Recall Vector. He's
Recall
a great
Vector.
Mandela Effect channel. Yeah, I've been watching him for a long time. I've talked to him a bunch of times back and forth, and he knows me. He knows my girl Michelle. We always be leaving him messages and shit. And both of us, we both watch this shit, and we like it, dude. He's awesome. He's good at making the Mandela Effect, like showing you.
I already mentioned this today.
The feeling of it.
In Yellow Brick Road and the Edge of Madness. But I think it's important. Most Americans are surprised to learn that the United States, until 1857, was producing copper half cents. This fact can even surprise collectors. And that right there is the huge Mandela Effect clue. Pennsylvania, January 2nd, 1923. I was looking up Frank Baum residue because now he's L. Frank Baum. And I see his books being sold for 87.5 cents. And until today, I've never seen that before. And neither have some of you worked up, whoa, that half cent thing.
Wow. Wait up. So he sees things being listed for half a cent, like 87.5. I've never seen nothing for half a cent. And we look into old world. Me and you look into old world research, right, Bill? So like,
Yes.
if there was, we might come across it in our we might see it now. That's the thing about these Mandela effects, Bill. It's like once they point them out to you, that's when you start to know. Then you notice it. They say something. Nothing's solid until it's rendered. Nothing is solid until it's rendered. That's what they say. Let's go.
Joseph Cariogia. Wow. A half cent. Space River News. never heard of a half cent until today. And 91.5 the Phoenix as well. The half cent was the smallest denomination of United States coin ever minted. First minted in 1793 and last minted in 1857, but remained legal tender in the current history until July 31st, 1969. If you have the current memory of half cent, wow, please let us know. And especially if you're a serious coin collector, seeing this for the first time.
Yeah, so that was him. Oh, no.
I already mentioned this today.
Let me see. See if there's anything else that government to double alcohol poison content. U.S. government poisoned alcohol in the 1920s. I'll stay away from that for now.
So the
the Statue of Liberty
Mandela-
one is crazy. Yeah, what were you gonna say, Bill?
The American flag, the red under the blue. Are you familiar with that one?
Yeah, the red and the blue. Yeah.
So
it's supposed to be the blood stripe.
okay, so
That's what-
just so
that's
I'm
what they-
clear, the people are saying that the flag used to have the red stripe right below the blue, but now it's a white stripe. Is that right? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah, that's what is going on. I
have
remember all the stars being lined up when I went to school. That's
I
another
have
thing. The stars used to be on the red flag. The
Yeah.
stars used to be lined up straight, and now they're like diagonals. Fucking.
I have some
whatever.
I found some residue, Ray.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, here.
Bring it up. Bring it up.
All right. So
let me
this
stop
is
my
it.
screen share.
This is another film of mine. I do a series called the Nebraska series.
Yeah.
And so I highlight I highlight a city in Nebraska because that's where I'm from. But check this out. All right, so this is in Bethany, Nebraska. It's Lincoln, Nebraska, basically. But check out this flag right here. It's coming up. Right here. Boom. Red under blue. Red under blue.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
It's residue, right?
Yeah, pause it.
And look at the strut. Look at the
Boom,
stars.
baby.
Boom.
And they're lined up. See, the
Yeah.
stars are in a straight line. So
That's
what
when
happened
they're-
to that? What happened to that flag? Right. Let's ask the question. What happened to that flag? This is what triggered my brother. My brother was in the military, and I was asking him about all these Mandela effects, and then I was like, what's going on with the red stripe under the flag? Like, you haven't noticed the flag's different?
Yeah. I would say that in this case, that the year that this was done, there was probably only 48 states at that point.
They
'Cause
said that the blood stripe represented war,
okay.
but I don't know. I mean, maybe they put it like that when we're in war, and they take it away when we're not in war. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it yet, but I don't think so.
But the stars, I think there's 48. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So maybe that's why maybe the stars changed because they had to add a few stars because they added more states and they wouldn't fit.
I would say at the time of this filming that Alaska and Hawaii were not states at that point. That's why there's only 48 stars.
Maybe when they added the other states when they changed the stars is when they changed the stripe too.
Right. But keep this. I think it's residue. I think I may have found some residue.
Yeah. Well, it's on the stream, Bill. So
yeah,
it's not going to go anywhere unless YouTube makes it disappear.
But I come across all sorts of stuff like this, in the film. That's why it's so interesting. Yeah.
And you know what? When that happens, we have to make it clear that it is Mandela Flood, right? Well, I'm gonna play Mandela Flood, and then I'm gonna play the new song. You hear this new song I got by Slain? You're gonna like.
one or two multiverse experiences where time and reality has changed in a way that I cannot explain. I think this psilocybin experience might be one portal of entering into the multiverse. The multiverse. I've had one or two multiverse experiences where time and reality has changed in a way that I cannot explain. I think the psilocybin experience might be one portal of entering into the multiverse. The multiverse. The multiverse.
When Mandela affected, oh no, where did that go? Mandela affected, oh no. I said we going Mandela affected, oh no, where did that go? And we all affected, oh no. I said daydreamer dreaming.
They said I'm just a daydreamer dreaming with my head always motherfucking in the ceiling. But it seems that the truth's got that accent. Y'all ain't really fucking seeing y'all affected. But now you got 6 holes in your fucking basement. What is you been sleeping? No one is mistaken me for logically frustrated. Cause now I know that there's always been 6 people seated in the JFK assassination. But of course all the bets know let's go heroin. Logically frosty, he shouldn't be like this. Honestly, he should be cold as shit. Does he need a scarf and what's the point of it? Be careful what you wish for in the matrix age. Where I'm fucking from, it wasn't like this. But at least it's nice to know I'm not alone in shifts.
When Mandela affected, oh no, where did that go? Mandela affected, oh no. I said we going Mandela affected, oh no, where did that go? And we all affected, oh no. I said
you shifty bastard, your wrists are tethered as your pulses under your thumb no longer centered. You're shrinking factor here and after. Not even talking that quick, it's just the time is moving faster. You're lost in the facts since reality's hackfish. Like summoning demons with these dancing tactics. Like Sam Psychiatric, blending semantics. Losing your stars and stripes as the demons demanded. Running in circles, but to whose advantage? It's the signs from the creators while on Satan's sandwich. No longer get scared from Ricky Ricardo's laughter. In fact, I slap a bitch just to hear someone in the chatter. Like someone in a bar quoting it like it matters. Cause this isn't my home, it's explaining disaster. How the fuck could this be? Someone tell me, oh can't say.
When Mandela affected, oh no, where did that go? Mandela affected, oh no. I said we going Mandela affected, oh no, where did that go? And we all affected, oh no. I said daydreaming.
I know it's 3 a.m, dude. I just realized it's already late. I felt like it was still early, Bill. But
No
you know
kidding.
what? I still have something really good that I want to show. But what do you
Alright.
what do you
No,
got?
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm just messing
So let me-
around.
were you a big Twilight Zone fan? Big
Sure.
All right, so we know that the Twilight Zone changed. Rod Sterling now changed to Serling, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Rod Serling. All right, I know that one for a fact. I used to have the DVDs. I watched them all. The Twilight Zone in the '60s, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, it used to say "Imagine if you will" at the beginning. He used to say "Imagine if you
Imagine
will."
if you will.
You know, at the beginning of every episode. I don't remember that myself because I'm a newer Twilight Zone person, but like, you know, I'm young. But the older people seem to remember it. But it's gone. So all right. So now do you remember there's a Twilight Zone in the 60s, right? Do
Yeah.
you remember there being a Twilight Zone in like the 80s or 90s?
No.
Like a series of episodes? No, I don't remember it either. But I'm
No.
not saying that's a Mandela effect. But all right, so that channel that I've watched, Recall Vector, there's this thing that makes me laugh. He showed this episode called Hinge Thunder, or I don't know if the episode's called Wordplay, but it's
Mhm.
basically It's basically predictive programming for the Mandela effect, right?
Right.
And he always uses the guy in his videos and shit, and it's funny, but no one ever. I know what he's talking about because I've seen this. So I'm gonna play it because it shows it's like 20 minutes long, but I'm just gonna stop it and play it. But this one's a trip. That's why I'm gonna play it because it's a fucking trip. Okay.
All right.
Because it's a trip. All right, you ready? It's gonna add to our stream. It's gonna make the stream good. You guys are gonna love it.
All right.
All right. We'll see how it works. If I can even share it. Oh, I wonder if it'll even work. Share good. I think I've been doing pretty well tonight with the sharing. Let's see how.
Yeah.
Let's see how it goes. All right. I'm gonna see how it looks on the screen because it's older, so it'll probably work.
Thank you, Rich Fasanic, the wizard mechanic, for sending me a text last night. Watch The Twilight Zone, 1985, Wordplay, Season 1 on YouTube.
I don't remember there being a Twilight Zone series in 1985 that was directed. Sounds like it was directed by the guy that played Freddy Krueger too.
If Rich Fasanic sends me a Twilight Zone episode to watch, I'm gonna watch it, no questions asked. And so I downloaded it on my iPhone and listened to it on my drive into work today. And at lunch, I watched it. And then I watched a few scenes over
What's up, Forever Love?
and over. There's a few things I want to say about this.
Hey, Forever Love.
Wait a day or two because I'd like to read your comments before discussing this. But I will say this. This episode is a Mandela effect nightmare.
Let's see how it looks. Oh, nice. I think it's going to play the whole episode. It might. Let's see how it goes. It looks all right.
Serling.
Yeah. It looks all right to me so far. I don't know. Let's see how it plays on the screen. If it's gonna be choppy. If it's gonna be choppy McGee. No, we can deal with this. Yeah, we can deal with this. Yeah, this is a good episode, Bill. We should check this out. I'm telling you should check this out. This is a good one. See, directed by Wes Craven. I don't remember Wes Craven directing a series of Twilight Zone episodes in the 80s. Wes Craven's the guy that plays Freddy Krueger, you know? He's a director. He's famous.
Electromyographic. That's Friday, Saturday, or Sunflower, and join all these nights. Okay?
Big momentum. Big momentum. Big.
So real quick, let it catch up. It's starting to glitch a little bit. So the episode is called Wordplay, and this dude starts noticing like every day he wakes up, like they're saying words to him that he's never heard before, words to him that don't add up with what they're calling it. Watch, just
Big.
What time did you get to sleep last night?
Who knows? 2:30. What time did you cover me?
4. Were you able to make much of a dent?
Barely. How did they expect us to learn 67 new products in 1 week? Biothermic dilators and electromyographic entero something or other. I don't know why old man Boatwright is so hopped up about this new line of medical equipment anyway. What's wrong with the old line the company's been selling since I started there? Hey, Buckaroo! How are you this morning?
He's still got a runny nose. He's still got a fever.
Maybe we should call Dr. Chapman.
Oh, he's still out of town. And I don't like that guy who's handling the office for him, Dr. Bumper.
Bumper? Is that really his name?
Yeah. What's funny about that?
Nothing, I guess. I gotta go.
Every day she
Bye.
Bye.
every day she starts saying more and more weirder shit to him, like he's like, what? And then it gets to the point where he can't take it anymore, and he like flips out at the end.
Here. Low.
You know what else I noticed, Bill? When I play videos like this and it looks a little glitchy on the TV and it looks a little blurry, for some reason it seems to fix it after they process it. Like after YouTube processes it and goes out the next day, it seems to look normal. I don't know. Maybe they fix it.
Morning. Morning, Bill. Hey, Ginger had her litter last night. Want to see him?
Maybe later. I'm coming home for lunch. How many did you have?
9.
9?
I know, that's quite a few for a small dog like an encyclopedia. But Ginger came through like a champ.
You said encyclopedia.
Yeah, he's calling a dog an encyclopedia. He's like, what? A small dog? Watch.
Yeah. Ginger is an encyclopedia?
Last time I looked, she was. Well, you knew that, Bill. Come on, give me a break, will you?
Biopharmatic dilator. Electromyograph.
I think this medical equipment's going to sell like gangbusters. Oh, prop. Oh, hiya, Bill. Still learning the new line, huh? I guess what they say about old dogs and new trumps is true.
Don't let it get you down, Billy boy. It may take us a little longer to learn it, but we got the one thing only time can give you. Mayonnaise.
Yes, I mean I speak to
we got the only one thing only time can give you mayonnaise. What the fuck is he talking about, right?
Yeah.
Like he's not noticing it yet. Like watch, by the end of the episode he starts paying attention. And it's funny, dude. It's funny. And then this dude Recall Vector, every time Recall Vector finds a new Mandela effect on his channel, like a crazy one, he's like Hinge Thunder, and he puts like all these like he's like Hinge, like it's crazy. Watch, you'll see. You'll get it after this. It's fucking funny.
I feel like that sometimes.
Yeah, like, and I was picturing like you in the morning waking up and like walking down and like having coffee with your wife, like the way this guy does, and like you know, with your Bill Miller coffee mug.
Yeah.
That'd be
Bill Lowry, McConnell Denton calling.
Listen, Bill, can I get back to you? My wife's waiting for me. Today's our 17th wedding throw rug, and I'm taking her on for sale.
Today's your what?
Throw rug.
Right, 17th. Talk to you tomorrow.
Doug, wait.
Yeah, it's her throw rug. He's like, what?
Throw rug?
Throw rug.
Well, hi, Robert.
Oh, hey, Mr. Lowry. You know that new girl in accounting, Barbie?
Sure.
I've been asking her out, and she finally says okay. She's going to be here in 5 minutes, and I can't think of any place that'd take her for dinosaur. I mean, I thought of the Capitol Inn, but I look at the time.
You're planning to take this girl out for dinosaur?
That's right.
Dinosaur?
Uh-huh.
Wait a minute. You're saying dinosaur?
Yeah.
I'll see you guys down there. Okay.
What is this, some sort of new wave expression or something? Saying dinosaur instead of lunch?
No.
Then what are you talking
Look,
about?
Mr. Lowry, if you don't want to, I mean, if you can't think of any place, I'll just ask somebody else.
It's like playing it cool.
Robbie,
I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? So by the end of the episode, everything changes so much that he can't understand
Sweetie.
anything.
How was your morning?
pretty good, I guess. Except for one really strange thing that happened. I was leaving work. This kid, Robbie, works in the mailroom. He stops me and he says,
Excuse me, sweetie, I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is going to be done pretty quick, and I wanted you to look in on Donnie before we eat.
"Was something the matter?"
His cold's getting worse. He's so pale and awfully congested, and he didn't touch his dinosaur when I took it into him.
What?
It's like, what?
What did you say?
I said, I think Donnie's cold is getting worse.
No. Did you say dinosaur?
He wouldn't touch it, and it's his favorite, tuna fish.
Why are you saying dinosaur?
What do you expect me to say?
Did Robbie or someone from work call you and tell you to say dinosaur as a joke or something?
Robbie, who's Robbie? Why would he call me?
Then why are you saying dinosaur instead of lunch?
Dinosaur instead of lunch. Bill, what are you talking about?
Can't you hear what you're saying? You're saying Donnie wouldn't touch his dinosaur.
I know. And I'm a little worried.
Dinosaur? Come on, Kathy, it's lunch. The word is lunch.
Lunch? What has lunch got to do with anything?
What has lunch got to do with anything? All right. Okay. What does lunch mean?
Bill, you know what lunch means.
What does it mean? Tell me.
What does it mean?
It's a color.
It's a color.
You know, sort of reddish, a light red. Honey, this is almost ready. Would you please go up and check on Donnie while I dish this up?
Yeah, man. By the end of the episode, it gets really crazy, dude. This dude goes nuts over this, over everything. Everything changes. His whole life. And he edited this in a good way. Somehow he was able to play like the whole thing. You see that? I think because he put this up in the corner. Maybe.
Man, the Dodgers teased the Giants last night. They almost lost it, too. If Sachs hadn't hit that luggage run home in the ninth.
Coach. He said he hit that luggage run home.
Battle Desert Streisand fan anyway, but her son movie's absolutely candles.
Everybody's starting to talk funny, dude. It's shifting. Things are shifting.
Angularity, Mr. Lowry.
Hold all my calls, Cindy.
Cake what?
Hold all my calls.
Sure, Mr. Thunder. Timid waffle.
It's like everybody's starting to talk gibberish, dude.
Time to find you, Capital.
Reason. Egotypist Cloud. Dill popular Ben Ringo Day climb Titan only cattle spark Western pottery. A Yankee home. Hinge, woman the iris. Rigo de... Huh?
Timber hinge. Big touch to zoom this carload whistle. Use Metro Panther call blade. Hinge.
And watch what he says at the end, dude.
Cardboard. Cardboard.
Resist sessions on weather. Peaches today, sky shadow, but Guild Sesame should reach leaping.
Hinge. Churchill and dipping but carriage, huh?
Hinge go off tire. Of Kim beef tone. Hi, Tiny. Ben. Help me, Ed.
So there's only like 6 minutes left. I'm gonna play it, but I'm just trying to break it up a little bit just in case. But yeah, she's like basically everybody's like, he woke up and like as the day went on, everybody started talking weird, like speaking.
Talk out or go kettle run. That Ben Collins would but can.
Donnie.
Moon tight, moon tight.
He has a very high fever. His breathing. Could be pneumonia. We better get him to the hospital right away. Get the blanket. Get the blanket. Kathy, the blanket.
I would stop talking. I would.
Hinge.
Yeah.
Will you count our door?
Yeah, like if it was me, I would start just pointing at everything and trying to
Yeah.
use sign language.
Or
Because
yeah,
you could tell them to do the wrong thing.
Yeah, that would be my worry. Is
could-
what are the new words? I wouldn't know the new words, so I think I would just stop talking until I learned. You know.
Yeah, this is a crazy episode, and it's weird because it came out in 1985, right? So this is before anybody I knew was talking about the Mandela effect, or did it really come? Is it something else they just implanted into our thing? Because I don't remember this in the 80s. I was around. I don't remember seeing this in the 90s.
85 was the year I graduated from high school, and I was into movies and TV shows. But I don't.
Twilight Zone was big in the 80s, dude.
I don't
People were
remember
watching
this.
that. People were watching the Twilight Zone from the 60s and the 50s, still in the 80s. I still watch them. You know, I don't know, but and it's good because it's directed by Wes Craven, and he's good, dude. He's a good director for horror movies and movies like this. So it's like a 20. You know what he did was he took all the commercials out. He put the whole episode together, and he added this thing up here in the corner. I think or maybe not. Maybe he found a free version of it. I don't know. But if there was a free version of it, it would be commercials. So there's no commercials. So that's good.
Strange.
He's good. He's good at editing.
Yeah.
Excuse me. My boy is having trouble breathing.
Smith Rubber.
Kathy!
Smith Higher Guard. Tiny. Ben Day. Ben Coulson.
Ray,
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I need a couple minutes.
Yeah, take your time, man. I'm probably gonna end it after this anyway, and if after this, we'll play a song, and I'll probably end it anyway. Either way, so you can come back if you want, whatever you want to do. It's all good.
Was biomass tank erased?
Lakeland, Susan.
So quick, Red.
Ink Auto Slim packages.
Loading Tart Rod Capital. Wine Mental Aid Ben Cattle Renting Jupiter.
Uncle Confidence.
Slot Lead Aid Renting.
Your pipe, Anthony Thunder.
Pete.
Guidecrest Top Gear pipe. Thank you, Lord. Thank you very much for my boy. I hope you can understand me.
Palette sand to desktop pinch.
Hello. It was good. It was very good.
A question trembles in the silence.
Yeah, this part's
Why did
awesome.
This remarkable thing happened to this perfectly ordinary man.
Wednesday.
Look, it's a dog is called Wednesday. He's trying to learn the new words.
Wednesday.
It may not matter why the world shifted so drastically for him. Existence is slippery at the best of times.
Existence is
What does
slippery.
matter is that Bill Lowry isn't ordinary. He's one of us, a man determined to prevail in the world that was, in the world that is, or the world that will be, in the Twilight Zone.
Yep.
A question trembles in the silence. Why did this remarkable thing happen to this perfectly ordinary man? It may not matter why the world shifted so drastically for him. Existence is slippery at the best of times. What does matter is that Bill Lowry isn't ordinary. He's one of us.
Just change Lowry with Miller. What does matter is that Bill Miller isn't ordinary. He's one of us. A man determined to prevail in the world that was, in the world that is, in the world that will be, in the Twilight
A
Zone.
man determined to prevail in the world that was, in the world that is, or the world that will be in the Twilight Zone.
There you go. So wasn't the show awesome tonight? Didn't we have a good show? Let me come back and get everybody. Bill Miller took off, I think. Oh no, he's still here. He's back. All right. Nice. Yeah, Bill. We had an awesome show, dude. We covered.
Yeah, man.
Can you hear me? Yeah, we
I can
covered a
hear you.
lot of stuff, dude. We covered the moon map. I'm gonna go deeper into the moon map. There's more to it. There's a lot more to it. I just
For
couldn't.
sure.
I couldn't do it. I had to change gears a little bit. We showed some
Mhm.
mud flood stuff. We showed some
Yep.
Mandela effect stuff.
Right
It's
on.
almost 4 a.m. now. It's 3:30. Paul Cook's here.
Paul
Paul
Cook's
Cook's
here.
here.
Good morning,
What's
Paul.
up, Paul Cook? Yes, I've been looking into Paul Cook's work lately because it's interesting, and I was not aware of it. People have made me aware. I
Yeah,
wasn't
man,
aware I've been sub to him for a long time, but I wasn't really paying attention because I've been so busy. Sorry, Paul.
He was Paul was the first one when I was first started doing those little short films and the slideshows, and I was really proud of them. And I would send links to Paul Cook. I was like, Paul, check out my video, And then one day I watched his latest video, and he's like, hey, everybody, big up to Bill Miller channel. And I was like, whoa. And that was my first
videos-
experience. Yeah.
His videos are good, like John Levi's videos are.
Oh,
they're
for
like
sure.
just as good. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're just as good, I think. Yeah, I
No,
watch
he's
him.
Paul Cook's got he's got it down. I remember when he hit 1,000 subs, and he's just been crushing it. His
Yeah.
research is
gonna-
awesome.
I'm looking into we were trying to do a show on it the other night, the
Polymer.
geopolymer. We were trying to do
Yeah.
a show on it the other night because people were telling me to look at it in Martin's chat. I don't know if they were gaslighting me or what they were trying to do, but I'm gonna try to look at it and do a show on it. But we were just trying to understand it because there's a lot to it, and we were watching it. We were watching the beginning, and me and MK Ultra were watching it. And MK Ultra's good. He understands it. He was watching it, and he was like, he was zoning in on it. He was like zooming in, like he understood it. And he was explaining it, breaking it down a little bit better for me.
Yeah.
And then they made a crazy announcement on the news, and then Singeman had a meltdown over it.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had to just it's not a big deal. It happens. It's a live stream.
Yeah,
It's a live stream. What can you do?
Went over to Odyssey after that, didn't you? For the rest of-
But by then I was like, I can't even pay attention. I was too
Yeah.
stressed out about. We went over and talked about it on Odyssey. What happened? What the announcement was? We couldn't talk about it on YouTube.
Right.
We could have, but I would have had to. I should have just talked about it on YouTube because I deleted the stream anyway.
Yeah, the geopolymer stuff is really, really interesting, because because it just kind of shows the different phases in action. Because first you have your brick builders, right? The people that I think most of stuff starts out as brick, but then some of it is like a concrete or a geopolymer, and then some buildings are red brick at the base, and then they've been rendered. There's this rendering.
So geopolymer is what, like this facade that they put over the bricks?
It's kind of, it's a mixture, like a concrete or an exterior plaster kind of thing that you apply to the building to,
But it's not meant to last. Like it breaks easy and stuff like that.
Some of it's been around for a long time. The old world, the old world people had a mixture. I don't know, like there's different formulas and stuff for concretes and stuff that lasts really long. Some of it stands the test of time, but then some of it looks like it's kind of dissolving or melting. It just depends on.
Yeah, that's what some people were saying, that the geopolymer debunks meltology. That's what they were trying to tell me. Oh, Ray, nothing is melted. I was like, I never said anything was melted. Why are you attacking me? You know what I mean? I'm not.
No.
All right. I do think some things are melted, but I don't
Yes.
I don't have meltology shows. I'm Mudflood, Boston Ray Mudflood. My name's not Boston Ray Meltology Hut. You know what I mean? Like it's Boston Ray Mudflood. But
Yeah.
that's because I go out and I do mud flood research. Boston, I go out and I do the mud. I don't know. Maybe I'll get into meltology research, but I'm just not that advanced yet. I'm not as advanced as Jen. She's smarter than me. I could tell.
Here's what I think. I think every section of research is on the table for discussion. I don't understand the discrepancies or the conflicts there. I mean, we're all searching for the truth. We're all on different paths.
This is how I feel about it, Bill. And I'm just gonna say one thing. I feel like all right. If you're stuck on one subject and you're trying to research other topics, and then there's somebody in the community who's trying to keep you stuck on that one subject, that's a gatekeeper. That's a gatekeeper.
We call those gatekeepers.
Yeah.
Gatekeeper of truth.
Like you have permission to research any subject you want, any topic you want. Go if you want to believe in flying squirrels. Well, they do exist, but you know what I'm saying. Go ahead, But it's crazy.
Yeah, it really is crazy. You can just kind of. Some people have agendas. You can tell they're agenda based, and they're not. They're kind of just stuck on one thing. But I still reach out the olive branch. I'm like I'm just searching like you. I don't see what the conflict is.
And I'm not trying to like say anything I show on here is 100% fact. Like I don't know.
I wasn't there.
This is the research that I've been looking at, other people's research in the community that kind of seems cool to me. This is what's been resonating with me lately, and what I want to show other people. This is my stream. I want to show, like when I come on and I'm like, what do I want to show the people tonight? That's what I always think, because it's my stream, and what do I want people to see? Yeah.
I mean, it's tough. You do it every night. I mean, almost every night. That's tough. I'm only at about once a week or week and a half. But even then, I'm like, what am I going to show?
The community's been helping me, man. They don't mind me showing, like Recall Vector, people like that. They don't mind me showing their videos. They don't give me any problem about it, and it helps because, like, they know I do my own research. I come out like, watch, just in a few days, I'm going under MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. There's tunnels that go for blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks. They come out, they go under the ground, like in Cambridge, and they come out over in Boston, like, and that's where it was flooded. That's where they filled it in. That's where they said they filled it in. So there's like laboratories down there. There's like, it's not like tunnels that are all dark. It's like you walk through and it's lighted hallways and shit. I'm gonna go in and film it tomorrow or the next day. Boston Ray Mud Flood Adventures, and you guys are gonna see it. I'm gonna bring it on one of the streams, and I know somebody that works there that's getting me in. I talked to somebody. Yeah, shout out to Joe Detremont. He's gonna bring me down there, and we're gonna he's gonna probably come on the show and we're gonna talk about it. We're both gonna do the show together. He's gonna come on and we're gonna film it. Hopefully he'll come on the show. He goes to bed early, but he'll probably come on for a little while. Yeah, maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll do the show a little earlier for him so that we can accommodate, and still stay on late. I'll just start the show early. Get him on. Because he maybe he doesn't want to come on. We'll see. Because he works there. He works there, so you never know. We'll see how he feels about it. I think he said he would.
That's cool, man. I mean, it's shout out to you, Ray. I mean, you're putting in the effort. You're on the path. It's tough doing what you do. I mean, a late night show. Everybody should know that Ray does a late night show, because you never know when you're going to be up late or early, like in Europe. I mean, we got Paul Cook here. I'm sure Voy will show up here in a little bit, or you just got to
Forever Love. Forever Love. Yeah. They always show up at the same time. Her and Voynich always show up together. Or him. Forever Love. Is that a boy? You're a girl, right? Forever Love? I don't know. I never asked you.
Yeah. Thank you, Forever Love. Thank you.
So I think we're
call it a wrap.
This? Yeah, but look at this. Hippie Shake, he put my email in the video. Who put your email in the video? Who is it? Not you. Not us. We didn't put nobody's. We didn't do it. Somebody else put Somebody put DN's email in the video. Shame on them. Shame on them for putting the email in the video at the end. Hey, thank you for everybody who bought T-shirts and supported me. Thank you for any donations I got. I don't know if I got any. I don't usually check until the morning. Sometimes they don't come through until the morning. And anybody that wants to help, thank you. And also, thank you, Bill, for coming on and showing your stuff.
Let's everybody raise some love. We gotta get Ray to 1,000 subs.
Yeah, we really do, man. Why can't
we gotta get Ray?
1,000?
We gotta get Ray to 1,000. I mean, I don't see why we're not.
I don't understand it. I mean, listen, Martin put me in his thing, right? And there should have been at least 1,000 subs from that. Just that alone. Stavely came on to try to help me. He got my community section opened, but that was about it. And then like I got like between Martin and Stavely and you and Jen announcing me on Martin's show, because I give you a thank you for doing that. And Jen too. Thank you, Jen. Because Jen helped me out. So you and Sailing Fan Man, right? I was on Sailing Fan Man like a bunch of times. And he has, so between Sailing Fan Man, Jen, Martin, Stavely, I don't think anybody can help me to get to 1,000 subs. They all tried. You could tell Stavely put me in his community section, and I'm still only at 5. And I'm doing these awesome shows every night.
Yeah.
Am I ever? It's YouTube, I think, at this point. I don't think it's even the people. I think it's YouTube, not putting me up.
I'm gonna shout you out as much as I can. We got to get you to 1,000.
You know what? Well, you know what you could do from now on when you do come on the show.
What's that?
Post it in your community section. That's the new thing. When you go to share on the live stream. And it says create a post, and you press the red thing. It posts the stream right in your community. I've been doing it. I did it for. They got my community section open. Now I posted Jen's stream in there. I posted I posted a bunch of streams. I posted Jenny's stream on my. I'm posting people's streams. That's what we do. Think about it. If everybody who's in here posted every stream in their community section that they go to, then all of our streams would just be popping up everywhere. Boom, 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 and it would beat YouTube in their bullshit shadow banning.
Yeah, there's ways around it. I mean, we're clever. We'll defeat the algorithm section
one day, Bill.
One day,
one day.
I got no time for a cosign. I would just rather my credit be better. I got these bills that I can't get ahead of. Live my life alone and be dead as a debtor. I sweat and I shed 1,000 tears and bled a river. Not to give a single fucking live a life like I'm invincible. That wasn't smart. I'm paying for that, only in part. Still let the principle hang in the balance. The price of my vices, my anger and violence. I try to contain every day, it's a challenge. Use it as ammo and stay with my talents. Music to channel and start in the rage. Find a way deep in my heart and it stays. So I bleed it out every bar on the page. Honestly, it's getting harder with age. My old records have a lot of things that I wouldn't say in my current state, and I'm gonna pay. Truth is he's unwanted by most. Ruthlessly, I'm being haunted by ghosts. If you could see dead people honestly though, would you eat calm or wanna see hope? Is this what it's like at the end of a rope? Past the future suspended in both, a place where your dreams end up ended and broke. Woke to this fear and resentment, and both are continuing swinging on this never ending, unhinging on pendulum. Whoa, can I still get my own engine to go? I know that every December is cold. This is the road, it took its toll. I fought it all from 11 years old. Seems like I finally come to a halt. I'm left with nothing and nowhere to go. I need the faith, I need the strength. I'm looking deep to somewhere in my soul. There's no escape, I gotta face what I gotta face. I question myself, am I up to the task? The hatred of men, I'm pacing again. Cause I seen the snakes and I'm cutting the grass. I came too far to stay stuck in the past. It turned to naughty and nothing can last. But I'm a survivor and I'm coming back to scrap till I kick the bucket at last. And that's what I have it none could take. Some would break, I would not. I could just let myself get myself one more day. Today's the one, the day's begun. I have a shot, it's all that I got. I got a chance to raise my son. I've been redeemed in way more ways than one. I had some dreams and they've become. Really, it's been an amazing run. So as I set the stage for one more time before my days are done, walking this fateful course, I just wanna say I'm grateful for it. Faith supported and the hatred taught it. Warriors fall down but they push forward.
All right, fans, Romeo Ray Rivera. Beside me, arguably one of the best wrestlers to bless the mat in my lifetime, the Prince of South Philadelphia, Perfect Pazzi.
Arguably? Listen, Chikara! Vengeance is mine.
Of course, what Pazzi's talking about is last week in Pittsburgh, the surprise attack in the bathroom on Sleazer Milan. Your thoughts?
What do you think my thoughts are?
Let's roll footage.
If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the guys and you'll see we just fight. I suggest you best to take it easy. This is AOTB, ain't no make it really, we just fight. If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the God degree and we will fight. I suggest you check our reputation. This is dedication. All the devil's way, come on, we will fight.
Listen, I could never take an L. Same energy that created heaven, created hell. Keep your motherfucking mouth shut and just wait for bail. That's the first law of the street, you never snake and tell. Big guns, big beards, bunch of Chewbaccas. Walk up in the door, no one cop a few watches. So much low in high school, I needed 2 lockers. My enemy, mine enemy, Lou gossips. I ain't trying to listen to y'all, cause you garbage. Victor Vastanov, high when he flew carpets. Everybody make money, only few profit. Still the same Vinny, I just got a new logic.
I ain't here to cut the cake. The fuck you think the knife is for? Criminal psychologist ain't never seen my type before. Self-titled motherfucking manager of manslaughter. I'm a mobster, shoot you if you move your hands off. With if I'm running, it's from the police. If I'm gunning, it's at your down piece. Extended barrel that's 12 feet. The steel mag will fold you. I think of steel magnolias when I see your soldiers. So come to the fork in the road and get a fork in your throat. No father to my style, I am the author the flows. Yes, bitch, you could get on my guest list. Just know I keep a biscuit in a bag like a McDonald's breakfast.
You ain't truly hard, I pulled your card on the boulevard. Rob you for your jewelry in front of your groupie squad. Cause I'm a full retard. Slap you silly, tap your jelly out your capillary. Might murk you like Machiavelli. Harmless, huh? At your worst, you're an accomplice, a sidekick. You ride dicks, you're like an armrest. You get elbowed. Kick your shit in with my shell toes, shut the fuck up. Yeah, I'm stuck up like Velcro. You want a free hook? Hell no. You're a pussy cat, I got a douche for that. Peel your wig off and push it back. Your guard flesh will hang off your skeleton when the missiles ring. Let's make it official, gang, like the pistols bang. If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the guys and you'll see we just fight. I suggest you best to take it easy. This is AOTB, ain't no make it really, we just fight. If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the God degree and we will fight. I suggest you check our reputation. This is dedication.
Never take your eyes off it. Cause if you do, you are obsolete. The 9 you see him make niggas jump like Dominique. You need to stop rapping when I'm trying to sleep. Never trust a fat dude, he say he just trying to eat. And that kind is me, I smoke that what kind of weed. You see it say since he started under the ganja leaf. The flow sweeter than grape jam, and still a smack you in your motherfucking head like Captain Caveman. And the church say amen. I don't know you niggas, your name to me is Amen. The righteous at war with Shaitan, so in one hand is my son, the other 28 grand.
Yes, the high priest coming taking them heads. Rappers popping shit on Twitter without taking their meds. I see him laying in bed, I can picture it now. They're thumbing through their phone looking for original style. Get off your ass, rap Cialis or spaz and cats get devoured. So call a doctor if it lasts more than 4 hours. Open himself, young folks to sell. I spit acid like the flower on the Joker's lapel. I stand alone, complex like the ghost in the shell. You suffer from a concussion like players post NFL. Forgot your grill, no drinking tracks. Take bigger steps. I straight body tracks like a stick figure sketch. Fuck your similes and metaphors. I'm just trying to set a war. I can only self-destruct. I am like the predator. Personal vendettas now. I am out to settle scores. You don't wanna get involved. You can't walk, run or crawl. It don't rain a heavy pour. Soon as the Henny pour. I don't need grimy bitches, hood rats or Fendi whores. No, I had a setback, but I remain sharp though. How you gon' build walls around King Marco? Love this rap shit fully, but it pays partial. Got tunnel vision for the money, so it strains carpals. Andre Dawson with the hawk, let the spray spark you. When these sharks taste blood, we never lay off you.
1-inch punch, hits hard as shotgun pumps. Knock kids out, they Reebok pumps. Fucking punks walk the plank, kablunk. Sucker sunk, get slump like drunk driving and crashing in tree trunks. Backstage rap groupies, slut scheming
smoking on blunts. Bunch of bum ass bitches and some beat up dunks. Roll that weed up, cunt. Tell her we'll meet up front. She kinda frumpy, but she still could get a D-cup hump. Every beat that we bump, when somebody got jumped, beaten up. Tied his hands to his feet to bleed in the trunk. I don't understand the reason kids are feeling these chumps. I'm kinda stumped. I can't even front. I lose a brain cell every time the 808 thump. This shit stunk, shrunk heads like a voodoo monk. A wild monkey in a cage throwing doodoo chunks. I lunge straight for the throat, blood and guts for lunch.
If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the guys and you'll see we just fight. I suggest you best to take it easy. This is AOTP, and I'll make it really we just fight. If anybody got a problem with me, we just fight. Step up to the God degree, and we will fight. I suggest you check our reputation. This is dedication. For the devil's way, come on, we will fight.